Shit, 3 views already. You probably heard that, didn't you? All right, let's get this thing going then. If I forgot to turn my mic off. Right. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we are starting some live astrophotography a little earlier than usual because it is looking like the clouds are going to roll in sooner than expected tonight. ATS, how are you doing? Thanks for joining in so soon. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a little of an early start than usual because the weather is looking a little iffy. Clouds might start rolling in around possibly 9 o'clock. So I figured to get a jump on things and call me Z. All right, I'll call you Z. Shall do. So yeah, it's the clouds are kind of threatening, much like they were doing last night. So I don't really want to chance it. And you know, we set up and all of a sudden we're starting, and then like 10 minutes later, here come the clouds. So it looks like I have maybe a couple hours of all right skies. It looks like there's still gonna be some clouds rolling through. So we'll make the most of it and see what we can get here. Let's see. I was thinking about starting the other planetary program, but trying out new things online kind of is scary sometimes because you don't know how the program is going to react. So I'm going to leave it how it is right now. And actually, let's get Stellarium open there. And yeah, thank you guys very much for tuning in. We are a bit of a wild card night right now just because the clouds. So we'll see how it goes. We'll pick a target in just a second here. And there we go. Let's see what's available. Let me see. I need the meridian up here. Let's see. Is there a shortcut? Because I thought I had it on, but it doesn't seem to want to be on. So let's dual rig it right now. I think everything's all nice and focused, and actually it wasn't really too far out of focus. In fact, I really was really didn't need to do much focusing anyway, so that worked out pretty well. So we are, like I said, we're starting a little earlier. We have reached astronomical dark already. Actually, what time is it now? Yeah, almost about 40 minutes ago. The sun's gone down far enough below the horizon and it's not impacting the night sky. And we'll have dark skies until about 5 in the morning, barring clouds, but we will see how that goes tonight. And we're going to start off with, I think it's close enough that I can actually, let's go for the Pelican Nebula, because I haven't, let's turn that down. Go for the Pelican Nebula. Because I like imaging that one, and we're at just the right amount of time that we will be able to get it before it kind of hides behind the trees there. So the Pelican Nebula is part of a larger kind of complex in the constellation of Cygnus, and it looks like it's neighbored to the North American Nebula. However, it's all kind of part of the same complex, and it's just really divided by some of the gas and the dust clouds in that area. So while some of these nebulae may look like separate, their own separate entities, as it were, some of them do have they're one whole complex, but it's just divided by the dust in the area. Right, so Pelican Nebula IC 50767. Right, choose that. Let me drop the music a little bit, because it seems like it's louder than my voice at the moment. And I did notice last night, and nobody seemed to pick up on it, that my microphone was actually behind my computer. I hadn't clipped it on, so I listened back, and the audio was a little hollow for the broadcast. Although nobody seemed to mind, so I think we're all just really more preoccupied with looking at the images, so that's fine. All right. There we go, with the telescope slewing to our target. And usually I'm not always shooting in this direction so much as it's because I'm limited by the trees that are in the area. There we go. Make sure everything's moving there. Yeah, just limited by the trees. Putsy hype. How's it going? Right, we have some clear skies. We're a little early on the schedule, so I'm just trying to make the most of it, because for those who may have been in last night, we were clouded out much earlier than anticipated. So what was supposed to be a nice and clear night has turned into it was cool to observe the moon last night. I thought that was great. I hadn't done that in so long. So we're just trying to see what we can do there. I was checking around Twitch tracker and decided see your stats with chat and saw you were streaming. Yeah, it was not an impromptu choice, but it was kind of almost decided once I saw the weather change rather drastically. First Fusion, how are you? Thanks for coming in. Thanks for joining in the chat. We are, like I said, doing some live astrophotography, some deep sky imaging tonight, as long as we can, because the clouds could roll in at almost any minute now. So, yeah, we'll. My day has gotten so much better now. My IRL job was fairly busy today, and that was all right. Kept me on my toes. However, it was nice to rock up to some clear skies and just being able to start this fairly quickly. And I'm just glad to be out here. Glad to be with you guys. Yeah, we'll image what we can right now while the clouds have decided to allow us some time. And let's see, we should be, yeah, we're on the Pelican Nebula. And this is an area of the Cygnus constellation near the star Deneb and Vega, and it's kind of characterized by a swan-like shape. Well, it's called the swan. It consists of like about 3 main stars that make a little cross in the northern sky there. But let's we'll go back here, and I know I'm going to say it, and it's probably going to happen again, is that for some silly reason the internet cuts out. Now I'm deciding, I'm trying to figure out if it is Twitch that's causing this buffering, or if it is actually my internet. But for the most part, I only seem to have problems when I actually am watching Twitch. So I'm leaning towards the possibility that it is something on their end, and I guess I have to have some magical allowances to be able to avoid that. There you go. We're going to start on that exposure right now, and we will await. That's a 10-minute exposure, and the telescope that we're using is that little guy right there. I say a little guy, that is one of the largest telescopes I have owned. It is an 8-inch reflector telescope. Very similar, I'll say similar to the same kind of setup as the Hubble Space Telescope. This is much smaller, but it is the exact same kind of configuration with your primary mirror and the secondary mirror, which goes right back into your imaging camera. And just the less elements you can have between your camera and the object that you're imaging, the better, because there's just less chance of interference in there. So and also because it is difficult to image objects in space, it's required that you have to have a longer exposure time, and that's also can be complicated by the fact of your rig that you're using may not be perfect, or there might be a little bit of wind or some kind of any other factors that are going to impact your telescope. So you have to be able to guide, and that's achieved with using a smaller telescope with a smaller camera. And as you can see in this, the graph just up in the top left of here, let's get a bigger picture there. The graph in the top left, that's showing our guide star. And I'll click on that, and so this is the view out of our little guide scope. And the whole idea is that you pick you'll pick out one star from this whole field that you have in there, and you're focusing on that star, and it's going to track for any movement, any little changes in the accuracy, and it's going to tell the telescope to either, you know, go forward a little quick, come back a little bit, go up, down, and that way you are maintaining a steady view of your target, so you're going to be able to image longer, and you are not going to have any star trails. So right now with the image that we just took, that was just a 5-second image, and what that does, it just allows me to pinpoint where we're looking at and make sure that our object is centered. And for what we are imaging, it is, let me zoom back out there. It looks like we are, yeah, should be on target there. If not, well, it's still a nice little area, so should catch something out of there. However, we'll see when that comes up there, because we have imaged the Pelican Nebula before, and I think it's a great target. And right now the skies look fairly calm, and in that respect we should get a little bit of a clearer image, so there won't be as much turbulence, because it's getting colder out now. It's about 2 degrees Celsius. Actually no, sorry, the camera sensor when I started was 2 degrees Celsius. It's 5 degrees Celsius right now in the east of England, and we get an update on that there. 4 degrees. We have dropped we have already dropped the for the temperature there. So yeah, we're getting cooler, and the cooler it is outside for the ambient temperature, the less our camera has to work. So actually I think I haven't even dropped it to my ideal target range. So the idea of the dedicated astronomy camera that I'm using is it's able to cool the sensor down to sub-zero temperatures. And that means you're going to have less thermal noise, and it's going to be a clearer image that comes out from that comes out of the camera from a long exposure, rather than if you're using a DSLR or even your mobile phone and setting at a high ISO. You're going to get that graininess to it. And what this does with the astronomy cameras, they get rid of a lot of that noise, and it's just a cleaner image that comes out. You have a better signal, and you just kind of it's easier to process those images in the end. So we'll give you a idea of where we are in the night sky. Let's not close OBS. So this is the area. Bring up the constellation lines so you kind of get a rough idea of where. So there's the star Deneb and that whole Cygnus the Swan in this area, and we are shooting the Pelican Nebula, which is just in this area right here. And let's see, IC 5070. I picked IC 57. So we might be in a little different section, but we'll see how that comes out. They do have a lot of similar names. The targets will have different classifications for maybe a specific little area depending on what was discovered there. So it will kind of focus on a different point depending on which catalog number you use, and it may be a little off to the left or right, up and down, but you're going to be able to, you have the target in the sights there. I'm almost thinking that we might that I might need to change it to 5070 if we're going to get another image there, but we'll see. It's not we're still going to get something out of this image. We'll still get something pop up out of there. So I do want to acknowledge our latest followers, our latest members to the observatory, and I thank everybody so much for following along, for joining in, for those who just lurk. I appreciate it very much. And we have our latest followers from last night, actually, while we were offline. We got Mr. Richard 24, Inge Mazel, Ghost in the Machine, and Bets Net. So thank you for being our latest followers, our latest members of the observatory, and I do hope to see them around in the chat. I know Ghost in the Machine is a Australian streamer, and he has a really interesting looking setup. He's a bit of a variety streamer. He'll play some games, he'll do some, watch some videos, and yeah, just he has a good chat that kind of goes on. He's got some fun channel rewards, and he uses some other types of channel rewards from Stream Loots, where you can kind of buy these packs of cards and you can interact with his stream and kind of muck things up. So say he's playing a game, there's a command that will tell him to just put his hands up for 10 seconds, and you got to put down the controller and suffer the consequences in the game. So it's just little fun things that will kind of help you interact with the chat. And what I'm looking for is a way to kind of, with us, to integrate a little more interaction than just the chat. So I'm kind of thinking about working out different ideas to, I guess, have you as an associate telescope operator, for depending on what kind of tier subscription level that we'll do, and kind of give some priority on what we're going to shoot in the night sky. And that also is going to come with my mapping of the area because there may be some, letting people know what images, what is available in the night sky, because I am blocked out by, let's fast forward a little bit here and just kind of give you guys an idea. So we are looking at my back garden. Here's where the telescope would sit. That's the scopeless mount. But we have to the west, the south and the west, we have this house and 2 trees that will completely block our view to the west, making it fairly inaccessible for most of the night there. So I do, like I said, I don't always shoot on this side of the meridian to try and get to the west, because we are limited in what we can see. So I do have a clear shot to the north, northeast, and the east is my largest area that we can see. So anything that kind of comes up above the roof line at about 36 degrees is fair game, and Orion is starting to come up above the roof line. Let's come back to now. Speed up time just a little bit. And however, as you can see up there, the moon is right in the way of everything. So if we were to shooting to the east, actually right now is pretty hard. So also another reason why I jumped on earlier is just because that we were able to get the imaging going before the clouds roll in and the moon rises up and starts to block our view. So it's advantageous to do that there. So we have completed our exposure, and it looks like we were in the wrong spot, and that's okay. These things happen. The catalog numbers are a little different, and it looks like we're just a little bit off. We're kind of like at the head of the Pelican Nebula. Let's do a little stretch. Let's bring it up a little. See what. Yeah, we're just a little off there. However, that is easily fixed. Going to readjust. And that was, how was that in Stellarium? That was at 5070, I believe. There we go. Dusty, how are you tonight, sir? We are doing what we can to get some imaging going before the clouds roll in on us and ruin our evening. And we just had a little misalignment on the Pelican Nebula. So I'm going to try that one again before it goes out of sight. It's just a quick realignment. But we have clouds looming, or at least threatening to ruin our night. So I want to start a little earlier than usual, and try and get some imaging done before A, the moon comes up, and B, any extra clouds roll in, and just try to hamper our fun. Last night we did have clouds unexpectedly roll in, and it was a little annoying, a little disappointing, and that looks like we're in the right spot now. Well, I said it before we were in the right spot, we weren't, so I'm going to do let's go 30 seconds and see if we can start getting some detail out of there. Yeah, we had clouds roll in unexpectedly, and that was unfortunate. But we had some nice shots of the moon. I was happy there. So I hope it's clear. I hope it's clear here. I'm ready for my first light on my Newtonian. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah. Best of luck on your first light there. Which one did you pick up? I had thought about getting a Newtonian because people had recommended that as well in the beginning, and after looking into it a little more, yeah, I kind of decided not to start off with that. So we got an 8-inch carbon fiber Explorer Scientific. Excellent, cool. Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do with that there, and yeah, for sure. I'll check out, just share any images that you have as well. Let us know so we can have a look and just get an idea what other people like to shoot. All right, we were right. We are where we want to be. However, I don't like this guide star. Try that. Restart the guiding. No, not that one. Do I have a Discord set up yet? No, not yet. It's probably something I will look at doing on the weekend. Although the rest of the week actually has turned on me, and it looks like it might be cloudy for the rest of the week. So I might start looking into that because. Yeah, my IRL job will, it kind of takes up my whole day, and I have limited time before that's done, and trying to get a little food in me and then start up a stream. So as soon as I have a little more downtime, I'm going to look into starting up a Discord and getting more changes done up with our page here, because there's some different layouts that I need to I want to work on, because it's, you know, things have been the same for a month now, and now that we've reached the affiliate level, I do want to just kind of make this more my own, because some of these graphics, these overlays we have, I just kind of picked up off of some of the sites as a free little bit, just to kind of get something going. So I do want to start changing things up, get some new icons, new emotes for those who choose to subscribe to the channel, and yeah, something beyond using just our the channel points as highlighting your message. So I'll figure we'll get some other details done up there, and like I said, with all these single images, I'll work to put them up on our Discord channel, so people can kind of, I know it's only a single 10-minute exposure, but at the same time, it's still some details that you can really pull out of there and make it, I guess, as nice as possible with a short exposure there. And I was kind of hoping that last night the plan was going to be we'd do our live stream, and then I would just shoot some area of the sky, and then we'd have a new image to process for rainy day astronomy. However, like I said, the clouds rolled in, and that just totally ruined the night. So yeah, we'll do what we can to fix that up. It looks like something has gone wrong with my other computer at the moment. Now at most what I'm doing is going to affect my lighting for a second there, because my other monitor is my light box. So yeah, we'll give that a second there to start, but that's not the main main issue on things there. So we are on the point of the Pelican Nebula that we want to be at. The scope is doing its thing. And yeah, it seems the catalog numbers for what's in Sky Safari and what's in Stellarium don't quite match up for where we're trying to shoot. So the IC 5070 in Stellarium is where we want to be on for the Pelican Nebula, because that's right in that big beautiful cloud of nebulosity that we'll see shortly once that image finishes doing its thing there. Excuse me for one sec. Get things booted back up on my light machine. That's fine. Technology has been trying to thwart me all day, so it's a little annoying the way how the computers have treated me today. So I'm just hoping for everything else I really need to work, it's just going to work. So we're trying to keep things cool and calm. And we'll get that light box back up in a second there. But I do thank you guys for coming in, for hanging around, and just kind of listening to me rambling on about astronomy, astrophotography, and almost nothing sensical at all. And always happy to have you guys join in. There we go. Should be back up in a minute there. But, knock on wood, the internet has held up today. So I am wondering, maybe it wasn't me and it could be Twitch. So as long as those connections are stable, I'm happy with that. So just jump back over to the ASI Air, which has been such a wonderful piece of tech that I think is one of the better investments I've had to save some time and just make life a little more enjoyable for astrophotography. Fulmine, how are you? How are you? I am well. I'm overall really, really well. Thanks for popping in. We are currently waiting for the first official exposure of the night coming through. We did start things a little earlier because we got some threatening clouds. So this is just the image we're kind of looking at right now is just a 30-second exposure of the Pelican Nebula, which is a little tough to start seeing some details. However, with the sensitivity of the camera, I'm actually impressed with how much structure we're seeing for just a 30-second exposure. Usually with like your like a mobile phone or a DSLR or something like that, you're not going to get this kind of detail so quick. I'm still constantly impressed with the way how the ASI 533 MC Pro really performs. And for those who are always in a bit of a toss-up between, do I want to get a which model? But as soon as like someone is debating on the 533, I'm all for that, and I will tell them is everything that's good, everything that's bad about this camera. And for the most part, there's so much that's really good about it, and everything that I have shot, everything that I have imaged with this camera, I haven't had a real issue. I know that there might be some finer technical details within this camera versus some of the other ones, but for what I want to do, this is perfect. It's a perfect little camera. It doesn't take up a lot of memory. It kicks out images nice and quick, and there's not a lot of mucking about with this camera. So you're looking to get a 533. I think it's for, I shoot with the camera at this focal length at 980 millimeters, because I'm using a focal reducer on the RC8 telescope, where its native focal length is 1600 millimeters. And I also shoot with the Skywatcher 72 ED Evo Star, and that's with my focal reducer. It's about 260 millimeter focal length, and both telescopes are working. The camera works great with them. There's no oversampling. There's no undersampling. Like, the stars look nice and round, and there isn't. I haven't encountered a massive problem with them yet. So I think, combined with what kind of skies I get, and what scopes I'm using, this is it's ended up being a pretty versatile camera, and I'm really happy with that. And this is about the kind of the 2-scope system that I do want to be using there. So I just try to get as many options as I can, and without expanding so much the equipment there. So for the money, I think it's turned out really well there. So for those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for tuning into the channel. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and I am taking live images of outer space. I have a telescope set up out in my back garden. I'm in the UK, in the east of England, and we are currently shooting what is known as the Pelican Nebula. And there's a live shot of the scope right now that we're using. We're just pointing basically straight up at the sky, where you're going to have the least amount of problems there. And that little, let's see, get the there we go. That bright point of light there is Mars, and we'll probably jump over to that and get some live images of Mars going, just to take a look at the red planet there. Fulmine, wait, you can control your telescope and move it? Yes, I am controlling the telescope with a little Raspberry Pi control little computer. It's not very visible there. It's this little box that's down here, and that controls my telescope. It controls the camera on there. It'll move the mount. It just generally will follow the stars. It's a great little, it's a compact system that just makes life a lot easier for when I'm trying to take images here. And by no means is it is a necessary piece of kit, but it is, like I said, it's made life a lot easier for me, and just more enjoyable overall, because there's almost less time setting up there. So good to know. I want to get one for my Explorer Scientific ED80. I think, yeah, because because the 72, the Skywatcher 72 and the 80 ED, yeah, both of those, they're still gonna be around the same. The specs are still gonna be slightly similar, so I think you're gonna, yeah, everything should be fine with that there. It's like I said, the camera, it's a small enough sensor to avoid a little bit of vignetting, and yeah, I think I still have a little bit of issues on my camera with spacing there, so it's it depends on me fixing that up a bit there. I think I'm only off by a few millimeters, but I do notice some of the little change in the stars around the corners there. All right, so the image is done, and here, let's reset that there. So when the image kind of comes right out of the camera, there's not a lot to see there, because you do have to adjust your image to bring up the details. And for astrophotography, when you are taking the images, you do have to take many exposures, and you stack them up with another program. It'll stack these images on top of each other, and it will amplify that signal that you've taken, out of the from the night sky, and it also averages out any noise that you've done. And I mean, just what I love about this camera as well is that there's no amp glow, and usually with some of the earlier astrophotography cameras, the electronics would kind of create this bright spike of light, and that's just the electronic readout that's causing a bit of an issue in that corner. But the newer cameras, they don't have that amp glow, and it's just a nice smooth image overall. So what we do with these images, it's just a single image that we're taking, 10-minute exposure, and if you do an auto stretch on this, you start to see a little bit more of the details coming out there. And I think this is one of my, I mean, almost everything is my favorite area of the night sky. However, there's just something about, I've wanted to image certain areas more than others, and it's really, I love that this camera is able to pick out more details than my DSLR, because I would not be able to do that there. Mojo Jojo, thanks for the 100 biddies. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I also need to make a little more grandiose notifications on here, because they deserve much more than my little bleep. And I also need to fix up my my alert sounds here. There's one sound that we do have that is specific to outer space, and let's just so that notification from that's our latest follower, Betsnet, or Betisnet. The sound you hear was the signal coming from the Juno spacecraft sent back to Earth, and it was high in Morse code. So that was the signal that had come back from the Juno spacecraft that went around Jupiter. And I'm just trying to integrate more of those little sounds and little tiny little things into the stream as much as possible. So yeah, Mojo, thank you very much for the 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. So we are on the Pelican Nebula. So this is in, like I say, the constellation of Cygnus. And let me just do a little bit of a stretch on there to get some more details popping out there. So it is an emission nebula that we're looking at, and we are using a filter that is kind of it's a narrowband filter that I'm shooting with. So I'm only getting certain points of light that's transmitting through the filter to the camera. So we're cutting out a lot of that light pollution. And as the moon starts to come up, it's gonna start to cause light pollution, but it also causes an overall gradient in the area of the sky. So we're gonna try and beat the moon before the clouds, and yeah, just try and get some more images out there. But let me do a little more. I also kind of get a little aggressive on these stretches, just because we can pull out a little more detail, just make things look a little more interesting there. And you want to get that. I like getting these bright nebula, because yeah, you just get a little more details there. And it's just, this is at almost a meter focal length, and it's a little wider because I am using a focal reducer, which reduces the focal length of the telescope almost by half, and the focal ratio. So it does speed things up a little bit there, and it processes the light a little more efficiently than it would at its native focal ratio there. Hey Savvy, looks good so far. Thank you. Thank you. This is the Pelican Nebula, one of my favorite areas, and I'm just happy to be able to be out imaging tonight ahead of the clouds that are looming. So the Pelican Nebula is much studied because it has a particularly active mix of star formation and evolving gas clouds. Light from energetic young stars is causing an ionization front to gradually advance outward. Particularly dense filaments of cold gas still remain, Millions of years from now, this nebula will no longer resemble a pelican, as the placement of stars and gas will appear completely different. So, as still as things look out there, there is constant movement out in space, but the vast distances, it's almost imperceptible to for a human lifetime of seeing any real changes, especially from areas that are far away. And what is the distance of the Pelican Nebula? That I don't have the exact distance. Maybe it has the was the North American Nebula. So it looks like it's probably, this whole structure is about 2,600 light years away. So all this activity that we're seeing, those like long tendrils are kind of like the colder areas that have formed, that are kind of like being blown away by those hot young stars in there. Hot young stars in your area are going to be taking away all these clouds and just reforming this whole complex over millennia. But like I said, it's one of the prettier looking sections of the night sky that I do like to image. So we're going to save that image down there. Make sure that we hang on to that there. And let's see, while we are on this side of the meridian, what else do we have? Let's see, I'm going to, I don't know if we're going to be able to get it. Let's try for part of the Veil Nebula complex, and we'll go for the Eastern Veil Nebula. Let's see if we can get something there. So that is NGC 6995. Like I said, before the catalog for the ASI Air program only had some of the Messier, the NGC, and Caldwell, and you could pick your name stars. But they've recently added planets and the Sharpless catalog, double stars, and some of the comets in the area. So you have a larger selection of objects to pick from. Although you still kind of need to know some of the numbers to be able to pick them out if you're using just the catalog there. But let's see how that goes out there. Make sure we're not going to be visually running into the tree. And then I think once we kind of come back to the pointing to the east, we'll have a look at Mars. So this version of the ASI Air that I'm using is the first one. So we don't actually have a video mode on there, which has just been added to the new Pro model. However, there are some ways around it, and we can get some live shots of Mars, and we did that last night with the moon as well. So we were able to get some decent shots out of there. And I hope that if the clouds hold off long enough and the moon comes up, we'll have another look again, because that Terminator line is coming. The shadow of the moon is in a new spot tonight, and we'll be able to see different craters and different features that are illuminated and hidden in shadow, which kind of makes things a little more interesting, because when you are looking at a full moon, it is just making sure the telescope moves there. When you look at a full moon, generally it is going to be almost like flat looking and fairly featureless. Like you'll see like the darker areas, the mare, but you're not going to see like the depth of some of these of the craters that are there. Let's see, do we have, all right. Okay, we're not too bad. We're gonna have some images of the Eastern Veil Nebula. Let's take it. Let's, actually, how are our stars? Oh, we're good for stars as well. Perfect, all right. This might also be about as far in this kind of area of the sky that we're gonna be able to witness there. So I think that we'll take our chances with this. We'll still do a 10-minute image, but I just want to pick a new guide star because that one is fairly faint, and it's not going to. There's a good chance if we lose the guide star, then the guiding can go off, and you just kind of have a bit of a bad time with that. So that one looks pretty good, and I think. Yeah, we'll stick with that. There's no other stars in that little green box. If there is kind of like equal brightness of stars, it might start jumping back and forth, and it really mucks up your guiding. So you do want to have a star that's bright enough, but not too bright. So you kind of have that almost that perfect peak, and you're not kind of it's better. It better has better correction for your guiding when you're doing that there. So that is a little faint view of the Eastern Veil Nebula. You can just kind of see a little bit of the of that nebula within there. This is a supernova remnant, which was discovered in 1784 by William Herschel, and this whole thing is so large. It actually, it's about, again, like 6 full moons in diameter. So very similar to like kind of the span of the Andromeda galaxy. But it's just like, so it can be it's very faint in the sky. And it's a large complex that is really good for wide field imaging, and it's good for some deep sky imaging. And there's some very specific parts of this that are incredibly interesting to look at. But as a whole, you can kind of start to get a feel for just how much chaos an exploding star can cause. And when was this one? This one exploded about 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. The shock wave is exciting the tenuous interstellar medium and making it glow. The nebula is about 1,900 light years distant and about 100 light years across. So it's a large kind of almost patchy area. So it's not like a complete looking supernova remnant like, say, the Crab Nebula, which is about 1,000 years old, and that one exploded back in 1054 AD. And no, not 1054 AD. Let me get that date right. And 1054. Yeah. Yes. 1054 AD. So that was one of the well-documented supernovae within our galaxy. And usually you kind of get those about once every 100 years, and we're kind of due for one, because when was the line? I have to look into it. When was the last recent one? That might have been it. But there's other galaxies that people are observing that you do see supernova within those galaxies, and there are people who are actively searching for supernovas, and the program that is sorry, the program that's being utilized and run, it's called the Assassin program, and which being one of the kind of the cooler sounding names for in science. It is the I gotta get this. I gotta get this. I think it's all sky supernova. Hang on. No, that's giving me right. But it's the program where people are searching for supernova, and there have been some people who have. There have been times doing live astrophotography, and they had actually discovered this. They had captured a supernova, but it wasn't reported because it wasn't actually picked up until a few days later, and somebody else had right, there you go. Assassin, the all-sky automated survey for supernovae. There you go. That is the acronym for Assassin. ASASSN. There we go. We got that. We got to the root of that one there. So we are we are over halfway through our exposure here of the Eastern Veil Nebula. And we got, looks like the clouds still look all right out there, as long as they're hold off. I think the forecast is good until, let's see, probably about 8 o'clock. Oh geez, and here we roll up at 8 o'clock. Maybe it's changed in our favor. Well, we have possible high clouds for a little bit, so if those high clouds kind of stay off to into the west, that's fine. They can hang out there. I just want the eastern area of the sky nice and clear, so we can take a look at some other areas there. So we are, let's bring up the Veil Nebula here on Stellarium, so we can get an idea of what we're looking at there. That has a fairly decent representation of it there. So this section here is the supernova remnant that's known as the Veil Nebula. It's kind of characterized by some three main areas that that astrophotographers like to pick out. There's the Witch's Broom Nebula, which is the Western Veil. There is the Eastern Veil Nebula, or sometimes referred to as the Bat, and that's the section that we're going to be imaging right now. And I'll pull up the. This is about the section. This red box represents our focal length and the size of the sensor on the camera there. So it's this section that we're kind of centered on there. So we'll this kind of, the treatment of this image comes out pink, and the colors that we're going to see are kind of blues and like kind of rusty reds in there when this image comes through there. And that, again, that also that's based on the sensor that we're using, which captures more hydrogen alpha and oxygen, and to the other end of the blue end of the spectrum for oxygen 3 and hydrogen beta. So it kind of gives you this this section of the sky has a dual tone kind of look to it, and there's some amazing processing that people have done, and it just has this is almost like vibrant magenta and cyan, which is a great combination. And being formerly in the print industry, I appreciate that kind of treatment as well. Yeah, so that's that also kind of gives me a good idea of when I am imaging in the night sky, what's going to fit in my sensor, what's going to be a good target to look at there. And sometimes does it look all right when we're at such a long focal length, because there are some nebulae that are really nice in wide field, and there's some that they might almost be too sparse to get any, I guess, a bit of an interesting look to it when you shoot at much longer focal lengths. So, but I think this the image that we're gonna kind of get out of here is gonna look, should look pretty cool. I think we're like I said, we're right at this point, and it is one of the more of this part of the Eastern Veil is one of the more interesting sections of it as well, at least in my opinion. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. I like the color. Is this how it naturally appears to the camera, or is it an overlay? This image that we're looking at here is kind of like a representation of the nebula. It might be like a low resolution image that's put into the program, so at least you got a rough idea of the structure there. But the colors that you're going to see are dependent on the filter that you use. Like if you just use a filter that is just a very specific wavelength, then you're just going to kind of like say hydrogen alpha, which is in the red end of the visible spectrum. You'll see the image come out as mainly red, and there will be also parts of this that won't really come out in the camera because it isn't in that wavelength. Whereas if you shot it with the oxygen 3, you would be in the blue end of the spectrum, and you're going to pick out those colors a little more. So yeah, depending on what filter you're using. The filter I'm using is a tri-band filter, which picks up those three: hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta. And what I have learned is that I do actually need to really start to synthesize a green channel, because it doesn't really have much data within that there. So that's the next kind of step I got to do for full astrophotography processing. But yeah, you kind of get a rough idea of how, just based on the wavelength that these images are caught at, and that's kind of, it's still a bit of a false color because there really isn't much color out there to see. Like if you look at a nebula with just through a telescope, say the Orion Nebula, which is one of the brighter ones that you can see, it does appear mostly kind of gray and smudgy and faint overall, because our eyes just can't pick up those wavelengths or separate the wavelengths to kind of produce the color there. So we oh, excellent. All right, here we go. Now this is our image of the Eastern Veil Nebula, and you can see it's a little I see possibly the tree almost getting in the way in the bottom there. It's reflecting the street lights a little more there, but this is sorry, that's that same nebula that we were just looking at in Stellarium there, but that is the Eastern Veil Nebula. Let's move there, and you can see there is that there's strong signals in both the O3 and the HA. So the HA being hydrogen alpha, O3 oxygen 3. And yeah, depending on the treatment that you give this image, it's really beautiful. And there's so much. This is like the more intense area that we're picking up there. But even amid all of this, there's still some faint, wispy areas of nebulosity that is it doesn't come through until you do like a very long exposure. However, I really like this image. Let's see, let's get a little closer there. This is like straight. This is also straight out of the camera. I haven't done any extra stretching to it, so it is a bright area of the sky. I mean, it looks like there might have been a cloud or two that rolled through or something like that. The stars are a little misshapen, but it doesn't really overall impact the structure of the nebula there. So a little more information on the nebula here is so this section that we're looking at is just a small portion of the eastern side of the Cygnus loop. It's the whole structure that we just were looking at in Stellarium. It's that large, almost spherical glowing shell of gas, about 3 degrees across. And the Cygnus loop is located, the Cygnus loop is expanding, is the expanding remains of a star that exploded between 5,000 and 8,000 years ago. And the shockwave from the explosion is exciting the tenuous interstellar medium, making it glow. The nebula, and thus its precursor star, is about 1,900 light years distance and about 100 light years across. So it's had the time to do its thing and spread out around the galaxy there. And this is kind of the way how stars are formed and how we kind of came about, because it's these other elements that are produced in a supernova that will help create everything else in the tables, the atoms in the table, the molecules in our socks, and everything else, the gold in the ground, and all this is all produced by different stars exploding and creating these other heavier elements within that there. So I'll do a little bit of a stretch on that there. It looks like the guiding is going a little wonky, and that might be some faint clouds coming through there. But I think this is just one of those really interesting areas of the night sky that shows up really well in the camera, and I'm happy with how that's turned out there. You can almost get a feel for the motion of some of these structures, where you can just see what's being built, what kind of gases are kind of billowing and being pushed around by the from the explosion when this occurred. And it's just being able to almost it looks like one of those images that if you threw on 3D glasses, that you'd have this other kind of shape popping out at you. And at least that's what I kind of get from when I do these images with this filter. But there are other filters that are going to give you even a stronger contrast between the gases and just the empty void around it there. Again, one of those areas, I think next season I'm gonna have to I really hope that there's gonna be more clear skies, and just taking the time to do more imaging. And as I love doing this, and like I said, this is what I want to do, is to take these single shots and look at as much of the night sky as possible in an evening, and just share it with everybody else who's watching there, because you're not always able to see these for yourself, where somebody you might be interested in it, but if you don't, some people just may not have the means, or even they're in too high of a light pollution area. So even imaging something like this with your camera would be, with your DSLR or your mobile phone, would be very, very difficult, because you're going to need a mount that has steady movement and a guide scope to track the stars, so you're able to image longer. And I try to take what I have and work with what I got to be able to produce these images. And it's been built up over the last 4 years, really. And as soon as I bought my first telescope, I was thinking of I was trying to find out different ways to get some decent long exposure images. And unfortunately, the scope that I had, I was only able to get about 20 seconds worth of images. So initially, naively, I was thinking that I would be able to get some more, I wasn't shooting long enough images to kind of create a meaningful image at the end of a processing session there. So they were really noisy images, and I was kind of getting a little bit of detail out of there, but nothing that was extensive. And really the only section of the night sky was the Orion Nebula, because that is one of those nebula that lends itself well to short exposures. And because that bright core of the trapezium, that little group of stars, just really lights up the core of that nebula, and it can blow out the image, and you're just left with a bright white center. So you do have to take into account doing shorter exposures to bring out those details in the center there. But Orion won't be up for another, at least at a decent hour, until probably early December, early to mid-December, when it'll be above the roof line and at a good enough angle for us to start getting some images there. Images already saved. All right, make sure I get that there. How much space have I got left? I have 800 megabytes left on here. I am going to have to start dumping images shortly, and also cataloging them, because I have a combination of the previous previous firmware version and the most recent one, and they changed the filing system a little bit, so I do need to adjust that. Let's see, I'm going to pick out a new target. I think we're going to come back around to the looking out to the east, unless, what do we got available? Let's see. I mean, it's been a while since we actually been in this section, so I want to see. I don't want to give up on here just quite yet. Let's see, Caldwell 19. Yeah, let's do one more in this section there. Yeah. C19 is also known as the Cocoon Nebula, which is a lovely little nebula that you can kind of see this swath of dust that it's kind of carved out in the area, or what it's comprised of. So we'll jump over to that. It's about 4,000 light years away, and it's more of an emission nebula, but we're still able to get some details with this filter. Because it is an emission nebula, we can get images with this filter. If you're using a broadband filter, you're going to get more kind of starlight around the overall area, and you're not going to. It's a little more difficult to pick out the gases that are coming out from that star cluster, or that star forming region. And if you're using a broadband filter, it is better if you're shooting to shoot galaxies with the broadband filter there, because galaxies overall are going to be, they're comprised of the starlight, and if you're shooting it with a narrowband filter, what you are going to kind of get out of it is the nebulae within that galaxy. So yeah, we're kind of pointing straight up into the air. Also, that helps with getting rid of any atmospheric disturbance when you're shooting straight up to the zenith, because there's just less atmosphere that you're shooting through, and it's just that kind of, it's a constantly, the atmosphere is always moving, and it will like wobble your images. And you can see if we have time to go on the moon, you'll be able to see that wobble as the atmosphere kind of disturbs the image. So let me just get one more exposure there. I think we are on target there, and I just want to do a plate solve on there to remind the scope of where it is, and make sure that when we move over to the point east, it will we're not gonna have any problems. Now, usually, for the most part, I haven't had any problems with the ASI Air lately, but I just always want to try to be constantly aware of covering my tracks and making sure that we are not going to run into any problems. And that star is just, for me, not bright enough. And if it starts to haze over, at least if we pick a little brighter star, then it can still do its job under any haze that might roll through. And this is probably the brightest. It's probably a little too bright. However, I'm going to go with that one there. And we're not on the ASI Air. Right, so what I was doing, I was just choosing a different guide star. Wanted to have something that was bright, just in case we start getting these clouds rolling through while we're taking this image of the Cocoon Nebula. So we're going to start that there. And kind of where we have that little rhombus of stars right in the dead center. That is one of those stars is kind of at the center of the whole little nebula there. And let's see, when was this happen? Like, it's a short little write-up. I'm going to read the whole thing there because why not? So the Cocoon Nebula is cataloged as IC 5146 or Caldwell 19. It's a strikingly beautiful emission nebula and star cluster located about 4,000 light years away in the constellation Cygnus. Cygnus is fantastic. Like, there's so many objects in that area of the sky that doing the deep sky objects, you can spend several nights on there and still not get everything. It is located near the star Pi Cygni, Pi. I don't know my Latin or Greek. The open cluster is NGC 7209 in Lacerta, and the bright open cluster M39. IC 5146 shines at a magnitude 7.2 and has an apparent diameter of 12 degrees, which is equivalent span of 15 light years. So when we see this nebula pop up there, you'll get that going from one side to the other, even traveling at the speed of light, is going to take you 15 years. And really, our nearest star is 4 light years away, and the farthest man-made object is the 2 Voyager missions that have gone out. They've reached interstellar space, and that's taken them about 40 years. I want to double check on that. Where is Voyager? There you go. So Voyager 2 is about 11 billion kilometers from Earth. And Voyager 1, let's get some information on the Voyager mission there. Voyager 1 is currently 14 billion miles from Earth. Or 150 astronomical units. So in the time that these spacecraft have launched, they've traveled a great distance in a human lifetime. However, they're nowhere close to our nearest star, 4 light years away. So yeah, looking at these objects and trying to roughly decipher how big these structures are is it can be a little taxing on the brain, and oftentimes I do have strange existential crises while sitting out looking at the stars and just trying to imagine how vast these areas are. Right, just adjusting some settings. And sorry, just getting there we go. Right, let's get my light back as well. There we are. So yeah, it's happy the clouds are staying away. It looks like, okay, so we can see Mars right there. Now that may be clouds, or it could also be my neighbors. They're it looks like it's their heating exhaust kind of vents out just at the end of this structure there, so it can be a little annoying. A little annoying at times there, so just hoping that can, well, we're shooting straight up, so that's not going to be a bit of an issue. The only thing that's going to kind of come into play is the trees, but it's more if I'm shooting to the south that we're going to have some problems there. So actually shooting Mars, well, we're just going to do a live video of Mars. We're not actually taking still images of it, so it'll be kind of clear and not clear. You'll see how that goes once we get on there. But like I said, I'm going to image as long as possible tonight, and if the forecast is correct, probably at about probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, we might start getting some clouds. But if not, like I said, I'll go for as long as possible and just try and get as many images as we can. Let's see, and yeah, we're just over halfway through. We've got about 4 minutes left on our image of the Cocoon Nebula. After which, I think, like I said, we'll flip the scope and we'll come back over to the east side, and we'll have a look at Mars, and so you can see what we got there. So that looks like those stars are the Merak. And it's close to those stars we're looking at is actually, that might even be maybe Sheraton or Hamal, Matala. A lot of these stars do have a lot of Arabic origins in their names, so almost any star that starts with Al something will be Arabic in nature. Tabs up, lurking, Capone Gaming, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for stopping on by. it's always good to have, when people come in, actually we can see an airplane going over right now. Yeah, happy to have you guys lurk. You can chat, doesn't matter, it's fine. We'll said any question that kind of pops up there that you have, or any further explanation that you might want me to do. It's yeah, I am happy to answer any questions that you may have. And if I don't know the answer, I'll look it up. And I will try to get it as soon as possible and rectify any queries that you may have. But for now, we are just we are about a minute away, so I'm going to make sure we flip over to the correct screen, so that we'll see this image of the Cocoon Nebula come out in the next 40 seconds. So usually when I am doing astrophotography, I don't take images that are actually quite as long, because with 10-minute exposures, you especially, we might even have an airplane go through the shot. We'll see if there's a nice streak through the image. But if yeah, when you're doing a 10-minute image, you kind of run the risk of having like a satellite go through, or an airplane, or if there's any little bit of error in the guiding, and you have to throw that entire frame out, and you've lost 10 minutes. Whereas if you do maybe a 5-minute exposure or 3-minute exposures, then at least there is less chance of problems going on there. But there's our image of the Cocoon Nebula. And it's the wrong window. There you go, 15 light years across, and this little beauty has I've seen some amazing images of this being processed, and it's, again, it's one of those things that the longer you can shoot a target for, you're just gonna be able to pick up more signal, get rid of any of the noise that kind of comes from a long exposure, and just kind of get as much detail as possible. And there is still you can kind of see just the surrounding area, and then down to the lower right is this kind of dusty lane that's blocking out a lot of the starlight. And we have like wide field views of the nebula, of the Cocoon Nebula. It is apparent of where this kind of air, where it's sitting within the dust clouds. So we'll do a little stretch on that there. We'll kind of get a little more contrast in this. Now it can be a little faint, so it's no, I do not want to go. Yeah, if you long press on the screen for the ASI Air, that go section there, that'll center on the target. So that does help out when you're trying to get some good framing on your target, and you want to make sure that you're capturing a specific area. So say if you were kind of even building a mosaic, you want to make sure that that is, you're focusing on that area, and you're just instead of like kind of roughly fine-tuning things, it'll center on, like, say, a certain star if you're trying to do just a certain kind of composition to make it look a little more interesting. But yeah, with the little stretching of the image there, you're able to kind of see just more details in the nebula. Like I said, I think that's a pretty little thing that's up there. Although being 15 light years across, it is still a massive object in there. Thank you guys very much who have just joined in. We are taking live images of outer space, and we're happy for you to kind of hang around and just enjoy the views. I am shooting with a 8-inch telescope, and we are looking for some deep sky objects to image there. Right now we are on the Cocoon Nebula, which is about, what was it, 4,000 light years away? Yes, so this structure is 4,000 light years away and 15 light years across, and it is a emission nebula, so we are picking up mainly the hydrogen alpha wavelength of this. And this is what we usually do on here, is shooting 10-minute exposures and just trying to get as much detail out of the night sky as possible. Let's I mean, turn that down, come back off of it a little bit so it looks a little smoother at least. So these are, like I said, live images of space, and we're kind of almost pointed towards the one of the arms of the Milky Way. So you get a much more denser, much denser star field in your view there. See if we can get in a little closer before things start to get a little too. Yeah, I think that might be a little too close there. You can start to see some of the noise that we're amplifying by just increasing the by doing a little stretch on the histogram there. If we kind of pull it back a little bit, you lose a bit of the contrast, but you kind of retain. You're not amplifying as much of the noise that comes out. It is a cooled camera that we are using, and it does have still that inherent noise that comes with a camera, but it's not as pronounced as a DSLR or a or a mobile phone, if you're taking, like, trying to get like a night shot perhaps. So it's yeah, one of those things where you gotta finesse the image a little bit and take some time to get those images coming through there. But we're going to, let's see, how does the sky look right now? We're good. I think we're going to go back. We're going to go over to Mars right now and get a look at that, because I love looking at Mars, and I haven't actually been able to get a really good view for almost the whole time I've been doing astrophotography. 2 years ago, I did try to get some shots of it at opposition, and it was my first time doing planetary imaging, and I won't say I spectacularly failed. However, it wasn't the kind of the best image I could have produced. I'm happy with it, because, you know, being like the first real shot I did at imaging there. But yeah, it required a little more tweaking, and I think I might have gotten a little too aggressive on things as well there. Let's see. There we go. We're going to move over to Mars. That is the red planet. It is at its close orbit to Earth at the moment, and usually it's going to take about 13 minutes for a signal to travel there and back, or 13 minutes to get a signal to Mars. And right now we can get a signal to Mars in about 2 minutes. So if they are any communications is hastened right now, so we are able to communicate with any rovers on there a little quicker, a little more efficiently, and Yeah, once the orbits elongate, we're going to be about 13 minutes away. It'll be 13 light minutes for the signal to reach Mars. And yeah, through backyard telescopes, it does appear a little larger as well. Now let's, I will get the telescope pointed at Mars. I said Mars. There we go. So I am controlling this telescope with a Raspberry Pi device. Get a little, come down there. You can just see it down the bottom here. That is the ZWO ASI Air. It connects to my camera, my telescope mount, and the guide scope, and it all sends off a Wi-Fi signal that I pick up through my computer using a Android emulator called BlueStacks. It is usually controlled by either using my mobile phone or or a tablet, but this way it kind of like I said, the BlueStacks emulator mimics the inner workings of an Android phone. You're able to use any Android app on here, so you can also use it for games, but for me right now, I'm using it as my controller. All right, let's see. All right, so you can see that little that coma around the lower left there, that halo of light, that is coming from Mars. And this is just the image coming out of the guide scope. And I'll let that continue guiding on there. I don't really need to guide on Mars at the moment because we are shooting. It'll be a live kind of video that's coming through there. There you go, we don't need that there. So there it is, Mars. Seems rather unremarkable, doesn't it? Now, there are some changes we can do. Let me see actually if I change the binning, if that helps. It also actually, that's weird, it makes it tinier. Bin 4x4. Even smaller. Interesting. Okay, let's focus on that. How does that stack up there if we focus? Very tiny. Okay, no, let's go back to binning. So what what binning does, it kind of increases the pixel size. Now and for what we're doing right now, that actually didn't help. That kind of made things a little worse. But let's do an auto stretch there. And what you want to do for planetary, it's a little different than when you're shooting deep sky objects, because the disk of the planet is so bright that you almost need no time for exposure there. So that's you can shoot a little slower or a little faster there until this histogram down the bottom there. Once that line starts to get away from the triangle there, then we're going to be able to start to pull some details out. Let's go the there we go. Now we can start to see a little bit of surface details, because it's constantly refreshing, and it will it's really refreshing. All right, that'll just be a second. It has to reconnect. Now, this also might end up my internet might cut out for a second there. I hope it doesn't. Let's see. How do I get rid of this? I'm not in search of followers. Prime views? No, don't click here. Right. 8,000 things happen all at once. Hang on, let's get this to, let's scan that. Let's find the ASI error again. Which it doesn't want to. I have to restart BlueStacks. I have to restart the Wi-Fi. So give me 1 sec here. Let's try that again. So we're just waiting on the technology to catch up and not be such a pain in the rear. All right, so it says we're connected back to the ASI error, but this is not responding. Let's let's come back to, let's come back here. And I'm going to let's see, we're going to close this all up here. We're going to try again. We'll make it work. And in the meantime, while this is going on, I bet you the clouds are going to roll in while I'm trying to get this fixed up here. Right. Okay, let's. I am connected to the ASI error. That is what I need. So let's get this back up there. So this is your loading screen for BlueStacks, which just kind of works as your virtual tablet within your computer. And this is how I control the ASI error from my laptop versus using my tablet. So we're just need this to reconnect, and then we'll be back in business. At worst case scenario, I'll just have to pop outside and restart the device altogether, and that takes about 30 seconds. Aha! Best case scenario, we're back up. Odd how the signal is mucking around. Right. I want to be able to get rid of this message. All right, let's go back to Mars in the meantime. Let's get Mars up on the screen, and I will worry about Don't worry about this this interloper. There we go, starting to come into view there. Let's see if we can bump it up just one more. Now, keeping it as bright as possible, but also being able to get as much detail out of the planet. Let's see. I think this will probably be the... Now this exposure might even be too long. That's not too bad overall. I think maybe drop it down. You can see that dark band. You can see some planetary details already, as faint as it is, and that whole wobbling that we're getting is also mainly due in part to the atmosphere. That's causing issues because it's not completely still, not you know, it is constantly moving and churning through the sky. Plus we're aiming low along the horizon there as well, so when we're shooting straight up you have much less atmosphere to combat with. But you can see just as there's those fleeting moments of clarity. I'm just trying to get the clearest detailed image as possible there, or the brightest and most contrasty. Actually, here, let me I'm gonna try. No. Let's move the this side of the slider up a little more. Try to make it a little darker there. You know, clipping a little bit of detail, or actually kind of going into a bit of the green is not what we want, but I say that's not too bad. That is Mars. And while we are looking at Mars, I'm going to see if I can get rid of this message because it didn't show up on my on the chat on the stream manager on the phone. And I don't want to, if I open up, well, I'm going to try it. If everything kind of goes to pot, I apologize. If everything kind of slows down a bit, I don't anticipate disconnecting, but just want to, well, I don't need to give this this bot the satisfaction of seeing or of having more exposure on my channel. Now, if they gave me a follow and a tier 3 sub, I wouldn't mind so much, but you know, if they're just kind of throwing out garbage, then what do we want them on our chat for? You know? Let's see, load my activity. Come on. Because I can't get users now. Well, here, maybe I can. Boy, that's annoying. Okay, what if I reply to a message? No, that doesn't work. I need more options. right clicking doesn't work. I just want to be able to get rid of this link at the bottom there. It's not showing up in my stream manager. All right, I will move it along. Let's get rid of the bot. Nobody is going to, I'm pretty sure if I had a different setup going, I could. Almost there, halfway on. James Vade, how are you doing tonight? Thank you very much. I am just trying to deal with this bot that's popped up on the chat here, and for some reason it hasn't shown up in any other option for me to delete it. So we are just spam a couple of messages to kind of push it off the screen here. We are right now. We're just looking at Mars because it's we started off a little earlier than usual because the clouds might be rolling in a little earlier than they did last night. Although last night's clouds were totally unexpected. It's a possibility that this is going to we're going to get clouded out. There we go. That's good. At least it's not showing up in the general chat there. So we are rid of that. Now can I see if I long press on one of my messages? Message copied. No, I don't want to copy a message. Weird. All right. I need a better stream manager going on there. Fantastic, sir. Great view of Mars there. I used my new telescope to get a good moon picture last night and a terrible Saturn picture. Excellent. Fabulous. Is that, how long have you had that scope for now? Which one, refresh my memory, which one were you using there? I haven't, for me, I haven't actually got a good image of Saturn. I tried pretty much the same night when I was imaging Mars 2 years ago at the last opposition, but those ones, they didn't come out. I was using my mobile phone to try and take video, and I think I was taking too long of a shot, so there was just way too much movement to get any detail. Like even the shot that we're looking at right now is way more detailed than what I was able to pick up before. So I'm just happy that we're able to get this level of detail on the planet. And yeah, I mean, if the moon, the moon kind of comes into view, I'm happy to jump back on that again, because I thought those were some really cool looking images that we got of the moon. And now that the shadow has moved a little bit and the Terminator has kind of come a little closer there, we'll have new craters to look at and be able to see some new details there. Oop, got a little wobble going on there. I wonder if that's is that the guide star? Are we got clouds rolling in? How are we looking for? No, it's not too bad. I think I wonder if it actually might be. There's a little wobble. Could be the atmosphere. It could be the trees. Yeah, not too bad. Okay, it's had about a week. It's an old Celestron C90, 1000mm f11 moonshots. You I just say were good, but I was super impressed by that single 10-minute sub on the Bubble Nebula. Thank you. Yeah, I think the Bubble Nebula has turned into one of those shots that it's almost a little bit of Old Faithful that we come up with there. So you got your T-ring adapter yesterday for your Canon DSLR. Perfect. So you're off to the races now. I think the moon is a great starter point as well because it's so bright and you don't have to worry about tracking as well. So yeah, depending on what you're using, it's yeah, it's going to get you some good images there. And like I said before, last night I hadn't imaged the moon in so long, so it was nice to kind of go back to it and get some more details. And even I think just even with the scope that I'm using, it has sharper, it's better focus than my my Celestron 127. So because that one was at about f12, I think. So it was even slower than what you have there, and it was tough to get any really good images with the DSLR because it would just heat up way too quick. All right, let's go back to Mars. We don't want to look at far Mars. We want to look at close Mars. And there we don't give a hoot on guiding. Now we are also I am surprised on the scope view. We're not getting any images of fireworks. We are approaching bonfire night, or Guy Fawkes night in the UK. But yeah, pretty much for a few weeks leading up to it, and well, I guess more before COVID, we've had you have longer stretches of people lighting off fireworks beforehand. But it's been overall, it's actually been relatively quiet for fireworks in the evening. And yeah, I think it just kind of comes down to people are not spending their money on fireworks. They're you know, the social aspect of that is out the window, as it were. But yeah, if I do start to see some fireworks going off, we'll switch over to the scope cam, and we'll have a look. Pardon me. Right. Make sure I got my mic on. It was last night. I had my microphone was on, but it was sitting behind the laptop. I was so excited to get things started, I forgot to clip my mic on. Two Socks, how are you doing? Good to see you here. Astro Addict, how are you tonight? How's the session? The session is going pretty well. We started a little earlier tonight because clouds were threatening to roll in much sooner than anticipated, so I wanted to at least get as much time as possible. And right now we are using a little jiggery pokery with the ASI Air original version to get some live shots of Mars. So we're hanging out on that at the moment. We've had a little bit of a misguide on the Pelican Nebula early in the night, but we got that all sorted out. And yeah, just having some fun in the States, patiently waiting the verdict of our fearless leader for the next 4 years. Man, you infinite patience, you guys over there. I've been kind of keeping an eye on things, and it's just a weird situation with everything going on. I think it's you know, I wish everything turns out exactly how you want it to there. Yeah, I can only hope for the best for friends in America, and that everybody will be satisfied with what the outcome is going to be. But yeah, that's all that's been all over the news, and I've only kind of peeked in now and then just to avoid, because it's not gonna, you know, we're not gonna get a definitive answer on things. So in the meantime, we are looking at troubles a little much farther away. Kind of looking at Mars right now and hoping to catch a little more nebulae in a little bit. The moon is, where's the moon at? It is not really causing any glare at the moment, so I'm going to see if there is reluctantly move to a new target. The issue is our nation is so split 50-50 either way. Half a nation is going to be unhappy. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, and like I said, I can only hope for the best outcome for everything there. Astro Addict, I have a chance to image as well. Finally, perfect. Happy you got some clear skies going on there. It's been way too long for any consistent clear nights, and like a couple of weeks ago when I had 3 nights in a row, I was ecstatic for that. Needed a ton of sleep afterwards, but it was well worth it. And yeah, like I said, Monday was well, Monday ended up being a late night anyway, despite being too much of a high wind. But yeah, last night was good with although having some unexpected clouds roll through. But we got some great shots of the moon, and I was happy to be imaging that again. And yeah, tonight I was informed by my forecast that we were going to have some clouds roll through, but everything looks to be holding up. All right. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, but anywho, who's here? But I can talk. I can speak words. But anywho's here for the astrophotography, ready to get my mind off of this. Well, I will do everything in my power to keep you guys entertained as long as possible, as long as the clouds are going to hold out. And I think already the clouds are holding off enough that let's see, let me get an updated forecast here. Because it might start to cloud over shortly, but I mean I don't have a clear shot to the west, so I can't see exactly how it's going. Now it is calling for some clouds to start rolling in. What about 35% if it's going to be high clouds? It'll look wispy enough, and like I said, if when the moon comes out, we'll be able to aim for that there. But 9 o'clock, well, we're approaching 9 o'clock, and that's clear skies. But then it gets a little dicey around 10, so we'll see how that goes. It's not too bad. I mean, I'm happy to sit here and bang on about things, and you know, mainly, you know, astronomy and astrophotography centric, but at the same time, if there's any other deviation, any other tangent that we go off on, that's fine. I mean, just in terms of technology, I managed to pick up a Bluetooth mouse for my laptop, so I'm not using the trackpad anymore. So everything is just a little more fluid and easier to to click on things. I know it's a small little thing, but yeah, it's just nice to have a mouse again for the laptop. My old Wacom tablet. The tablet works fine, but the mouse has stopped being able to respond to left clicks. So that's slowed things down a little bit. But now that I'm back on a mouse, I'm happy with that. You know, clear skies and a fully functioning computer mouse. I'm a happy guy. All right, let's. Mars is also getting to the point where I am tugging on the wrong one. On the power cord there for for the ASI 533. So I'm going to pick a new target in the sky. And let's see. What do we have? All right. No. Let's see. Let's go to. We did the triangulum last night. Let's go over. Let's pop over to Andromeda. I know I'm using a narrowband filter, but it's it does come up as. Arij, how are you? Had about 3 hours of clear skies before the clouds rolled in today. Oh no, yeah, that's what I'm anticipating right now. We got some clear skies forecast, but it's dicey. It keeps switching up almost every hour, so we're making the most of it now. But yeah, no, glad you got some clear skies going on there. How have you been? Good to see you back. I have to sneeze. Oh, it's not going to happen. Oh, no. Oh, boy. All right. That's disappointing. All right, we're going to move off of Mars. We're going to jump over to the Andromeda galaxy. Andromeda's up next. We're like I said, the moon is just a little farther behind than it was last night, so we'll get a little more of that eastern sky to just shoot at. But unfortunately, the moon is also going to be in Orion for the next couple of days, so kind of getting some late night shots of that isn't going to be possible until we get a new moon, and at that time. We're probably going to have, I think the Rosette might be available for us then, which would be fantastic. Oh no, wait, no, that's going to be a little too low. We're going to have, we'll have Lowers Nebula, Betelgeuse. Yeah, maybe just getting maybe the Cone Nebula. If that's going to be available, we'll shoot that there. So let's move over to Andromeda and get that underway. All right. Oh, clicking on the wrong window here. Stop imaging Mars. We'll go back to our preview. We'll head on over to the Andromeda galaxy. So with my setup right now, I would never slew without being outside. Too frightened of that cables would snag. I have complete faith in my cabling at the moment. I've moved it all over the place, and yeah, just being able to keep an eye on it from this angle. I'm happy with how those are, but. Yeah, there have been times when I've slewed to an object and the scope is like, nah, I'm going to go the other way around. I'm going to go the long way. So, with keeping an eye on things this way, it's saved me from any massive failures in the equipment there. But I do have a couple of the cameras set up, so I'm watching it on a couple of different screens. And also, the distance of me to the telescope is about 12 feet. Now, not that I'm a sprinter, however, I'm close enough that I can hop up and rescue it if need be. All right, let's see if we're nice and centered on there. Now, one of the things I was kind of musing about last night was adding a filter wheel on here to be able to switch between the narrowband and broadband filters, so that while we're doing these sessions I can actually get some proper shots on galaxies or is tracking turned off? No. Oh, it's because I keeps picking a new star. The guiding is going crazy. That is one thing I need to, when you're picking a guide star, for some reason it's, that's a double star, that's not going to be good. No, it's going to go crazy. There's 2 stars in there. That'll do. We'll guide there. But yeah, with the again with the ASI Air, it's been a little easier to. I had bad experience with PhD too, so. Using the first night with the ASI Air, everything was guiding almost instantly, so I was happy with how they have things worked out on here. So we will, let's say that's centered enough, and actually it's off-centered a little bit so we can kind of get a little more of the details in the spiral arms there. So let's get that image going. Guiding is happy with that. So I've also, because we've also reached a little cooler temperatures, I've tried shooting or dropping the temperature down to -15 degrees. And I can't say there's a marked improvement because we're only running at 30%. I may even try be a little cheeky and move down to -20. And we'll see if there's any real difference there. Right. See, I see a lot of the videos that you do for your Astrophotography channel. I mean, they're fantastic looking videos. So everything looks like nice and crisp. And I thought about doing myself doing more YouTube videos than anything, but at the same time, I don't care for editing afterwards, and that's mainly why I want to do this, because once I'm done, that's it. I don't have to. I'm not editing much of anything else there, so I do commend you for your efforts on all your videos that you put together there. And yeah, I mean, there's some little things that I've come across that I do want to build a video on, but at the same time, it's you know, I'll finish my 9 to 5, and then, you know, if I got a clear sky, I'm here. If not, then I'll do. I'm kind of working on the stream, so it's, yeah, that's, I thought my focus was going to be more YouTube centric, but yeah, that changed up a bit for me there. Am I using PixInsight? I did run a trial of PixInsight and I loved it, and I really started to get into it. However, there was kind of a bit of a lull between, well, things started getting busy at work. So I wasn't kind of getting home until a little later in the evening, and sitting down trying to learn PixInsight kind of fell on the back burner. So I do need to I got to do a refresher on PixInsight. I loved how well everything turned out from some previous images that I did, and but right now I'm kind of back into Photoshop because I've been familiar with Photoshop for so long that it's quick to process the images. But but definitely that PixInsight does do a lot better with image editing. Recommend the book from Warren Keller. All right, I will check that out. And that's probably what else I have to do, is instead of relying more on YouTube videos, that I want to need something that's at a glance. Because if I'm watching a YouTube video for any tutorials, I found that sometimes a 15 or 20-minute video can take like an hour or more, because it's constantly going back and forth between the steps there. But yeah, if I had kept up on PixInsight, and also it's not insanely expensive for the program. I think it's definitely worth the price. But also at the time, it wasn't one of those expenses that was in my budget at the time. So yeah, it kind of fell by the wayside there. What we're looking at right now, that was just a 5-second exposure, just to make sure that we were centered on there. So we are taking the 10-minute exposure right now, and we're just over. We got about just under 6 minutes to go for the full exposure there. So yeah, this was just that 5-second exposure, and you can just see just how bright the core of the galaxy actually is. And again, it's also part to just the sensitivity of the astronomy dedicated cameras, where you can already start to pick out details in a really short exposure, and it just also helps out with framing your images, because if you're shooting with the DSLR, it can be fairly difficult at times to do a short exposure and make sure that you're where you want to be. I think even if I was taking like a longer exposure with the DSLR, that this would be, kind of the actually even the noise level on this is less than what it would be with my old camera. So even that, I would be happy to kind of use this type of image to work with and start stacking up a lot more there. But it's the sky's not looking too bad. Like I said, but about now is when it was forecast to be its clearest, and it's kind of all downhill from here. We are, say, dew point is 3 degrees, and we're currently at 5 degrees, and it's something I definitely have to keep an eye on, because I still need to get the dew heater system set up and purchased. So it's also, I think there's also a couple of bits that I'm waiting for some places to get back in stock. They do need they will need correction frames. However, the last few images that I've done call it a little bit of overzealousness or being eager or lazy, that I've just been using the light frames out of the 533. So I can only imagine how much nicer, how much smoother things are going to turn out if I take a little more time with some subframes there to make to get the calibration right with the images there. But I think like I was hoping for the weather to be better last night, so at the end of the session, at the end of the live stream, I was going to pick an object in the night sky and actually do 3-4 hours on it, but the clouds rolled in, and that was the end of the night, unfortunately. So, and tonight doesn't look too doesn't look too promising either, unfortunately. Tomorrow night, which was supposed to be fairly cloudy anyway, I only would have like a half an hour of clear skies, so tomorrow night is probably going to be a night off. And Friday night, how's that looking? Friday is iffy, Saturday iffy as well, Sunday, if it holds, if the forecast holds true, then we have probably about 6 till midnight. We got about, yeah, we'll have 6 hours on Sunday to do some imaging, but we'll see how that closer goes. When there's such a small window available and it's bookended by 100% clouds on either side, I'll be a little skeptical on how that's gonna, on how that night will play out. Let's see how the sometimes if I switch to night mode, you can almost pick out some lighter wispy clouds, whereas the turning the infrared off, you get more of the you can see some of the other clouds there, but yeah, I'll leave it on that setting there. So we are just a minute away from our image of Andromeda. It was one of those targets. I shot it with my DSLR with about a 30-second exposure at like 18 millimeters, and was so happy to see that little smudge in the image frame there. And after that, I was doing everything I could to try and get closer and closer without without any tracking or guiding, and eventually just became, well, I figured that the only way I was going to do it was to kind of get a tracking mount. So it was with the Star Adventurer, the Skywatcher Star Adventurer, that I was able to start to get a decent image of Andromeda, and it was still at it was a wide field image, probably at about, I think it was about 300 millimeters, was as deep as I could go at the time with the lens, and it was one of the zoom lens from 70 to 30 or 70 to 300 millimeters. So there was that point where the image quality kind of degraded actually at the extreme length of the of 300 millimeters, and you know, I thought some of the 70 millimeter images were great with the wide field. Sorry if this question sounds stupid. Nope, never sounds stupid. But your mount, you're taking long multiple minute exposures for something like a Star Adventure. Why do people say this tracker can take 3 to 4 minutes of tracking if you're lucky? And why is it not 10 minutes, etc.? I presume this is down to inaccurate guiding. Yeah, the Star Adventure, it's almost better suited for wide field imaging, because you know, things are going to be a little more forgiving at wider focal lengths, whereas when you're zooming in, you're amplifying any movement of that system there. And if there's a little bit of imbalance on that, and because you don't have, I mean, you can guide with a Star Adventure. I haven't done that myself, so I can't attest to how well that works for guiding, but I've seen other videos of people who have used guiding and they're happy with it. But you're also only guiding in the right ascension, so you have no control over the declination there. So yeah, it comes down to your focal length, just the balance of your setup. And when I was shooting at 18 millimeters with this camera, I did a 9-minute exposure, and while that was with the Star Adventure, and while it was all, you know, it was blown out with light pollution, everything maintained. I was happy with that level of accuracy that I was able to do. It's a small light camera as well that I was using, so it wasn't putting a lot of strain on the system. But yeah, generally with the Star Adventure, you know, brevity can be your friend on that there. But yeah, again, if you do have guiding set up on there, but that starts to add even more weight, so you have to have a lightweight guide scope and a lightweight, a smaller guide cam, because those things, their whole payload is about 5 kilos. And I tried one night, I threw my Celestron 127 on the Star Adventurer, and I got maybe about a 15-second exposure, about the same amount of time as I did with my Alt-Az mount. So yeah, I went overweight on that there. But yeah, it's I mean, you can do as much as you can to try and really hyper tune as much as possible, like just making sure that your balance is as perfect as possible, and having a lower center of gravity with the smaller little star trackers is going to be more advantageous, because again, just any wobbling is going to really be amplified with that there. So, and even how I have my setup at the moment, it's I'm at almost maximum extension on the legs, because I still need, even with a pier extension, I still have to get above that roof line to have a decent amount of night sky there. And speaking of decent amount of night sky, as I was rambling on about things, our image of the Andromeda galaxy is ready. And overall, I do like the way how the color correction, white balance comes out in with this camera and filter combo. That it's still, I can still see a bit of a kind of a bluish green cast, but I still get, pardon me, some red stars that come through there. You said narrowband. Which filter is that? I'm using the Altair Astro tri-band one-shot color filter. So just the predecessor to the L Extreme. So I have that wider band pass in the O3 and H beta. Yeah, that one. It's I keep thinking about throwing it. I have my only other broadband kind of light pollution filter is Astronomic CLS clip filter, which I've bought an adapter that turns it into a 2-inch filter there. But yeah, I figured there's still more nebulae that I image over over galaxies, and that's where I do want to think about getting a filter wheel, so I can. So I'll be able to better switch between targets. And yeah, there's a filter drawer that I have on the camera right now, but I'm inside and I'm warm. You know that, and I step away from the camera and we lose this. Maybe I should step away from the camera. I'll double my viewership. But yeah, overall, I mean, I'm happy with how how it turns out. I mean, I've done the Triangulum Galaxy with this filter and the broadband filter, and that was a great comparison. But I've actually never shot Andromeda with the broadband filter, and even then, I still want to try and find. I think maybe the L Pro Max is the broadband filter I'm looking to get next, because it does let a little more of the spectrum through there. Because I've seen some results with it, and it does look a little better out of the gate than the filter I have, the CLS filter that I have. Because it still has a overall bluish, almost cyan cast to the whole image, even with color correction there. But yeah, let me muck around with the histogram a little bit there and try and get some more details coming out there. But I mean, I also just love the fact that I can't get the whole galaxy in one shot at this focal length. That it's just that massive and that close to us. I mean, also like seeing the core isn't, like that, like maybe right at the very center. We're getting blown out there, but overall there's still a nice gradient right the way through to the center. So even at 10 minutes, the well depth as well on this camera, I've been impressed with that. And I haven't really pushed it too much. I've done 1,000 seconds, 16.5 minutes is kind of the longest preset on here. And I don't know if for preview images of what I'm doing is, yeah, you can't choose anything longer than that. But if you're doing auto run, you could probably do a longer image there. And I think I'll try that one night, just to see how long it'll go and how well the guiding is going to hold up. But maybe do try 20 minutes and just see what happens. I'll hopefully, when there's a clearer night, maybe if the seeing is a little better. Because when I was looking out this tonight, when I was setting up, I was seeing the stars were doing a lot of twinkling early on in the night, so hopefully maybe that kind of calmed down. But I'm always amazed looking at the Andromeda Galaxy. It's one of those targets that I always, like I said before, I always wanted to image and get a really good image on there. Like, I think my longest exposure image is about 2.5 hours, and it's really not that long. I want to do, I guess with my DSLR, I would try to get as long of an exposure as possible, or integration time as possible, just because I was dealing with a very noisy and inefficient camera. But now that the chances, the opportunities are there to do a longer exposure with this one, I am happy to try and get more, or at least being more efficient with things there, and trying to get some more details pulled out of this. So let's I guess save that one down, and let's have a look. Where is the moon? The moon is not yet coming into view. However, there is an airplane passing overhead, which probably could have gotten in the way. I see the Pleiades just up there, coming into view. And again, yeah, also the amount. How long have we been doing? 2.5 hours. My head space is almost in like last night kind of time frame when we started at 8:30 or so. So almost I was almost anticipating the Pleiades already be way up in the sky there. But let's have another. Let's have a look there and see what's available. In the meantime, let's jump back over to looking at Andromeda. I never get tired of looking at that galaxy. I never get tired of looking at any of these images in space, let alone the ones that I've taken. I love seeing how other people process and how they treat how they bring out certain details in the images, and just being able to almost know two are really going to be alike. So I just always find that very interesting, the way how everybody has their own little way of processing the images, and we all kind of have, like, the same end goal of being able to produce a an interesting and well, most people want to do it as accurate as possible, but yeah, just something that a lot of people are going to enjoy. And for me, this is the more fulfilling part of doing astrophotography. I do enjoy capturing. I do enjoy processing as well, but it's this part. It's the sharing of the image, and almost as soon as possible is what I like to do. And I think there's almost no better time and no better outlet at the moment to be just trying to use these different avenues. With starting off on Facebook, and I think that just there's more opportunities for different audiences on Twitch, and just being able to possibly try to expose different people to different views of outer space that would be usually inaccessible. So that's my goal on all this, is just to be able to bring as much of this to you guys as possible. And hopefully learn something along the way, and maybe being able to teach something new to somebody that they may not have been familiar with. Right. There we go. Let's. There's tons of information on Andromeda. Let's see if I can pick out just one little interesting paragraph before we move on to the next. There's the kind of the big fact of Andromeda and the Milky Way are gravitationally bound, and we will eventually merge together. And the Triangulum galaxy will follow shortly thereafter. And that will be a few billion years from now, long after we've colonized other stars. We've moved around the galaxy, and we've discovered a way how to travel to the other side to find out new worlds and all this other science fiction that will become science fact. Probably not, but it's nice to dream. So, early on when these objects were named, it was known as the Great Nebula in Andromeda, and it was long believed to be one of the nearest gaseous nebulae. In 1785, William Herschel wrote incorrectly that, based on its color and magnitude, the distance of the Great Nebula would not exceed 2,000 times the distance of Sirius, about 17,000 light years. He viewed M31, the Andromeda Galaxy, as the nearest island universe, like our Milky Way, which he assumed to be a disk of 850 times the distance of Sirius in diameter, with a thickness of 155 times that distance. William Huggins, the pioneer of spectroscopy, observed the spectrum of M31 in 1864. The Andromeda Nebula displayed a star-like continuous spectrum, unlike the line spectra of gaseous nebulae. From this, Huggins deduced that M31 had a stellar nature. So once that idea was put forth and telescopes were developed and we were able to increase our resolving power, then they realized that this was actually not a nebula, but it was another galaxy just like our own. So yeah, we until we were able to resolve the stellar constituencies, a lot of the galaxies have that classic name of nebula in its title there. So it's a wonder of what we've picked out and what we've named now, which further discoveries will kind of lead to maybe some other name changes. So let's go over to, because it's high up in the sky, I'm going to go over to the Pac-Man Nebula one more time because it shows up great. It's not too far from Andromeda. And we'll get over there fairly quick and we will have a look at Pac-Man one more time, and then we'll hop down to maybe somewhere in the Heart and Soul, or maybe no, it's a little too tight for a double cluster at the moment. All right, let's move over to Pac-Man as NGC 281. All right, so said it's just a hop, skip, and a jump away. And it also kind of gets us away from my neighbor's exhaust fan, or their heating exhaust. So we don't have much issue there. Right. Now, you're in the area right now. All right, cool. We are happy to share some photons with you if that's all right. What are you imaging right now? Are you doing the Pac-Man as well, or are you on you narrow, wide? Let's get the details. It's a secret. All right, I'll take that. We'll add some mystery. You said you were working on videos, so we'll leave it a mystery for now. Well, thank God, the suspense was killing me. Yeah, I did a little bit of wide field on the Heart, but that was like almost the day before I got the scope, so I quickly abandoned that and haven't had not the motivation to go back to the refractor, but I mean, it's a big scope. Come on. Plus, at the height that I got to put it up at, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to take it down. So I'm about 6'1", 6'2", depending on which convenience store I'm walking out of, and the scope it sits just above my shoulders. So lifting that up and holding it there can be a little tricky, especially with everything all attached to it there. All right, we're guiding. Let's make sure that we are on target there. We should be. It just failed to take an image. looks all right. Let's do a little, sorry, let's get back to the ASI, make sure we are on target. I mean, it could be a little better. Right, this is going to anger the guide scope. Stop guiding and get this and make sure it's happy again. Let's see, yeah, I think I can go on a little there. We'll stick on the star here. Should be all right. Take a test. There we go. That's where we want to be. There we go. Let's all right, we have do 10 minutes on there. I have dropped the temperature to what did I have gone minus 20 degrees right now. The cooler is still working below 50% capacity, so I am happy with that. And usually I shoot at minus 10, but this will actually be a nice little comparison with some of the other images I've done of the Pac-Man Nebula to see if there is a greater difference in between this 10 degree variance in temperature there. And I mean, usually it's not going to be in the summertime. If you're shooting, it's not going to be that easy to get down to these sub-zero temperatures, because you can only go 35 degrees below ambient with well, with this camera at least. So you're limited to certain temperatures. And minus 10 is perfectly acceptable. I think some people even shoot just at 0 degrees and they're happy with their results on that there. And even to be fair, I mean, you can shoot anything below, like, 10 degrees Celsius. You're doing way better than you can with a DSLR. And then that's just going to push it a little farther to sub-zero temperatures, and you eliminate that much more noise, and you're kind of left with images that are just a little more kind of a little less susceptible to I guess to what I say, like kind of breaking them apart and just really ruining the exposure and just kind of amplifying that noise. So, but that also comes with when you are diligent enough and shoot your subframes, and don't just rely on the capabilities of the camera to get rid of as much of the artifacts as possible there. So one day I do promise I will do a properly edited photo with enough exposure time, the right amounts of subframes, and we'll see exactly what can be produced with this setup. Whereas right now, I'm happy to be doing these 10-minute images and taking different shots of the night sky and sharing them with you guys as soon as possible. And also, it's a one-shot color camera, and it does have slight, I guess, a disadvantage to shooting in monochrome. Whereas with a color sensor, you have a Bayer matrix over the front of the sensor, and you're only picking up red, green, green, and blue in the way how the color pattern is laid out. And of that, if you're shooting some of these nebulae that are that have more signal in the red end of the wavelength, that you're losing 3/4 of the information right away. So that's a bit of a disadvantage, but also the way how the technology has moved along with CMOS sensors, or CMOS sensors, these images do have some greater detail, better interpolation from the entire system. Whereas if you're shooting monochrome, you have your whatever filter is covering the sensor, and every bit of light that's coming through is being registered on that chip. So you throw a red filter in front of that, and every bit of light is going to be registered in the red. So you're going to have a little bit of a smoother image. You're going to get better detail overall. And for scientific reasons, they use monochrome cameras, and that's just the measurements are better to measure. Measurements are better to measure. Whereas if you're using like a color camera, the software and the whole camera there does have to kind of piece everything together based off the information there. So there are I do see monochrome as being advantageous to being more detailed. However, what I want to do with this camera is you get the color images that pop out, rather than looking at a black and white image, which might have fantastic contrast, and it is a scientifically accurate kind of image. It's one of those things that you want to be able to. I want to be able to share things in color, so you can get a good idea of what we're looking at out there, and it's it's just going to be more interesting to look at. I mean, I look at a black and white image and I think that's absolutely fantastic, but there may be the casual observer who probably won't be interested in a black and white image, whereas it's not going to be as not that you need less imagination for it, but it's just one of those things that looking at a color image, you instantly have that that recognition of just some kind of structure in space. You get a little bit of depth perception mildly with it there. But I think it also, that kind of perception can come from the way how people process the images, because there have been some shots of the North American nebula, and you can really feel the kind of where this whole structure is in relation to like the dust clouds and the areas, the star forming areas that are deeper within the areas there. And monochrome imaging is just not practical if you only have some clear nights in the month. That's exact, and that was the other deciding factor on going with color, is that the weather can be unpredictable in this area of the UK, and I know it can be worse in some areas farther north. Yeah, it's tough because you want to be able to. Because if I spend 5 hours on a night thinking, all right, I can get 5 hours in the red channel, and then we'll do the next couple of nights for the green and blue, and then the weather goes to pot for 3 weeks, and you're stuck with this black and white image and nothing much else to do with it. So whereas if we're shooting color, you have a 5-hour image that you can work on for the next couple of weeks and try and get as much detail out of that as possible. So yeah, I mean, I totally see the advantages of monochrome, and there's a little more that you can do with the filters for a monochrome camera. But at the same time, I want to get these images out as soon as possible and have something that's interesting as possible to keep the attention on what we're doing here, and just kind of just bring as much of the night sky to you guys as possible. And like I said before, it's with my first look through a telescope, I wanted to instantly share that image as quickly as possible. It's it's almost, like I said before, it's almost a bit of a selfish feeling when I'm doing visual astronomy, or if I'm just kind of sitting out there looking at a meteor shower. I still want to capture it. I still want to get some pictures with my phone and saying, you know, maybe hopefully catch a meteor flying through the frame, because I want more people to see it. And there aren't people who may not make an effort, but they might have some casual interest in it. And you just never know who you're going to spark a, you know, a wider interest, and maybe they're going to want to do more, and maybe that person ends up doing some amazing things with astrophotography or in astronomy or something. There's just that little, just opening that door a little bit to this world. I can hear people fighting. I don't know if that's coming. That's probably not coming through. But yeah, it's just being able to, like I said, just open that door, crack that window open a little bit, and have people see a little more of the cosmos than they could from, you know, their city, or their, you know, if you're living in an apartment complex and it's really not possible to be looking out, checking out the sky because, you know, there's light pollution, or you just don't even have a great view up. You know, you're blocked by your neighbor completely. So, you know, just being able to look up at the night sky and just wonder what else is beyond there, and then have some minor freak out knowing that you just can't get there. You never see anything beyond our little rock, you know. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. How is our weather doing? Arathier, how are you? Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for joining the observatory. Appreciate you stopping by there, throwing a like our way. We are about 20 seconds away from an image of the Pac-Man Nebula. And this was a 10-minute exposure, is what we're usually doing on these nights whenever it's clear, is you know, that is our scope, that is our clear sky. We're remaining cloud free. So this is a night that was possibly going to go down the drain. However, we have an image now of the Pac-Man Nebula. This is a H2 region in the constellation Cassiopeia, nicknamed the Pac-Man Nebula for its resemblance to the video game character. NGC 281 was discovered in August 1883 by E. Barnard, who described it as a large, faint nebula, very diffuse. The nebula is visible with amateur telescopes from dark sky locations with an O3 filter. Pac-Man Nebula appears fairly bright, large, and irregular. Several dozen stars are concentrated at its center. The nebula is crescent-shaped with dark lanes dividing it on the north side. The brightest nebulosity in the northwest side of the object is about 15 degrees across, with an obvious multiple star at its luminous center. Other patches of nebulosity are visible to the southeast. And I think this is one of my favorite nebulae, because there's so much to see, and there's all these little and I just love the name of this, the Bach globules, which is this dark little guy in the center there. And yeah, it's just I honestly cannot get enough of this area of the night sky. And being able to, and when I saw this the first time with this scope, this is my first target that I shot with the new telescope. And for the most part, I was shooting this at about 290 millimeters, so I was still getting a wide field view on it. And now being able to see like the depth of you know, you see these pillars within there that are the cooling areas that are being blown away by the, pardon me, by the stellar winds. It's crazy. I love it. So yeah, let me try and darken that up just a little bit more. There we go. But yeah, it's these dark little clouds that are separate from like the whole structure that add that bit of depth. And there's other nebulae that have these structures within it there that just these lonely little clouds floating around this area of nebulosity that can eventually condense and maybe form their own little stars in that section there. But for now, we are left with the image of Pac-Man. In this area of the sky. And what else do we have about a little more information on Pac-Man? It lies about 10,000 light years distance in the Perseus spiral arm of our galaxy. It's a busy workshop of star formation. Prominent features, besides its diffusely glowing hydrogen gas, include dark lanes of obscuring dust and dense knots of gas and dust. Bok globules. Love that term. Love it. In which stars may currently be forming. NGC 281 also includes the open cluster IC 1590, of which the multiple star HD 5005, just rolls right off the tongue there, is the brightest member. Its light helps ionize the nebulous gas, causing the red glow visible throughout. Cannot get enough of this one. And really, for the most, I should just kind of, this should be the target that I shoot until the clouds roll in, you know? And it is, I think we're straight up. We're shooting right at the zenith, so we have like minimal impact of the atmosphere on this part of the night sky. So guiding can be improved, and I just think it'd be a really interesting target to put some hours into. I always wonder how the distance to a nebula is measured, since it is a spread out object. Is there a theoretical center to such an object? I guess there would be. They would probably measure from whatever, possibly the progenitor star of this, or maybe the largest cluster is facing. I mean, I could boot up Space Engine and try and tour one of the nebulae, but also it really slows down the computer at the moment. So that virtual tour is going to have to hold off until I can get a little more improvement on here. But yeah, it's because with stars, you're measuring you can measure the stars with spectroscopy. That's to forgot the chemical composition there. By the I guess the red or blue shift, depending on things there. But yeah, because the nebulae can be so diffuse, it's it can vary. I guess it says about I guess maybe the entire complex itself. They're kind of measuring that there. But again, that's something that would come with a little more a little more studying, something that I would want to look into, and definitely have a better answer for that question for sure. So stars are commonly measured by their parallax. So when we're measuring the parallax distance to stars, it just depends on, like, you know, if you're holding your finger up to your eye and you're blinking left or, you know, changing eyes, you can see your finger moving, but the background image doesn't really move. And there is a way to measure that distance based on your viewpoint. So we're on one side of the sun looking at a star, and we've rotated around to the orbited around to the other side of the sun. Then you take an image of that star and you can see how it moves against the background stars. So that is a quick way of describing at least the describing parallax, so you can get a better idea of, you know, so if you hold your finger much closer, you see it moves a lot more. But you hold it farther away, it doesn't move that much. And being able to triangulate that distance is generally how you can determine a star's distance. So yeah, thanks for clarifying that there, for bringing that part up there. There's a lot of information that floats around here, and sometimes a little kick in the pants helps remind me of some of the things that I've picked up. And it's yeah, just from constant affirmation and reaffirming things is just the way how I'm going to retain knowledge, and just be able to circle back to other points. So may not always have the right answer, but I will try my best to come up with it at some point. All right, we have crossed the meridian at the moment with the Pac-Man Nebula, so I'm going to kind of stay on target. I'm going to steal some photons from Astro Addict a little bit there, and we're going to go over to, oh, do you want Malot 15, or do we want the Fish Head Nebula in the heart? Boy. All right, I think I'm gonna go to the Fish Head Nebula area of the heart, which is NGC 896. So let's save that Pac-Man, because this is also at minus 20 degrees. I've cooled the sensor down to, so I will want to compare this against my image that was, again, another 10-minute image, but at minus 10 degrees, and see if there is a really noticeable difference. So if not, then, you know, shooting at minus 10 is completely acceptable, and you don't have to worry about pushing that sensor too hard, or pushing the cooling too hard there. So let's there we go. It's a nice short hop. I think we've actually, for the most part, it's been a fairly smooth tour around the night sky. See, before we jump over there, everything, yeah, skies look just fine. The moon really hasn't even peaked over the houses yet. Actually might even be where is my, there we go. Let me turn my face off for a second. Yeah, it's not peeking up above the house at the moment. Right, sorry. Somebody was yelling at me. 896. Right, now this also might have to frame this up a little bit. Oh, yeah, don't hit cancel. 896. What? Oh, it's not, there's no Messier 896. There we go. So this is part of the Heart Nebula, but this is also the kind of like the tip or the base of it, whichever way you're looking at it there. Yeah, so not a huge jump away from Pac-Man, but at least we're staying on the eastern side of the meridian for the remainder of the night. And like I said, we're gonna hold out as long as possible. And I almost kind of thought that we would almost be wrapping up at this point because the clouds were threatening to be in at this point. So I am happy to be continuing on with this. And yeah, I think I want to take a little longer exposure there before we really get into it. How's that star? That's good for now. Let's do 30 seconds and I can better frame this up. And I think the kind of like the middle of the screen is like the top of this this nebula there. So I want to be able to get as much of that in the frame as possible. So for those of you who may have just tuned in or have been sitting around for a while and I haven't really explained who I am, what we do. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and I am doing my best to bring you guys live images of space through this telescope right here. And we take usually 10-minute exposures and kind of babble on about space about as much as possible. And we'll look at we'll ooh and ah at some images from space, and I will do my best to explain what we're looking at. And we have just a generally relaxed good time here. And, you know, just we are in the east of England, and generally I have some crummy weather. However, it has been a marked improvement over the last, I guess, 10 days now. We've had more clear nights than cloudy nights. So just taking advantage of this and being able to shoot as much as possible. And also recently we did reach the level of Twitch affiliate, which has allowed us to offer subscriptions to the site, which is not necessary for those who are visiting. It's totally fine to throw a like or just lurk around. You don't even have to, follow along with the channel. That's totally cool. If you're not into space, that is totally fine. That's what's wrong with you. We're happy to have you in here. So what we are using is the Raspberry Pi controlled computer, and we're controlling which way the scope goes and what target we're pointing at using the ZWO ASI Air. And the cool little feature that has been recently added about a few months ago to the system is this little you pick where to go. You can center on this object, and this is the star within the nebula that I do want to center on. So if I do a long press on that, it will center everything on that point there, and we're going to get a little more of the nebula within the shot, and rather than kind of having this top half of just the of interstellar space, which is cool but not as interesting as filling up the frame with the mass majority of this portion of the nebula. So it looks like we are on target. Just do one more calibration shot there and make sure we are. There we go. Happy with that. Let's make sure that I am guiding on a decent star, so that if any wispy clouds do roll through, we are not going to lose our guide star. That seems to be iffy at best, and actually might be possibly impacted by the moon. So I'm going to, might pick another guide star on that. Yeah. Or maybe not. Maybe it wasn't too bad. Let's see, how's this one here? We may go back to that original one. All right, I'm still getting a fairly sharp peak. So like I said, if the moon starts to come up, or any wispy clouds start rolling in, that star is still going to be able to kind of punch through and register on the guide scope and be able to keep the mount as steady as possible while we're imaging this this nebula, which is the Fishhead Nebula NGC 896, part of the Heart Nebula and part of the pairing of the Heart and Soul. There we go. Everything is guiding nicely, so we start our 10-minute exposure. And now we ramble on. How about that local sports team, eh? What a bunch of bums. Look, if I don't laugh at my corny jokes, who is? You? No. You? No, you don't. You? I heard you. I heard you laugh. I heard the giggles. I can also hear heads shaking and hands smacking against foreheads. I'm glad the temperature isn't changing that much. Won't have to refocus. Yes, definitely. It's a nice, steady, cool temperature. I've actually, from last night's focus, I was barely out of focus when I came back to it tonight. So just a tiny little bit of adjustment there, which I've noticed is this telescope is holding focus better than my refractor has, and I haven't looked into why that might be possible. But maybe, I don't know if it is just the way how how the focuser is, if it's a little different in the way, because it's like a pressure fit. It's not gears on this one. So if I undo both of them there, the whole thing will just fall out, or the whole focus tube will drop. Let's get a little more of the a little more sky and telescope in the shot there. All right, so in our little shot of the sky here, it's there you have it. Just up there is the Pleiades star cluster, and we got the Hyades just below it, and that's about the kind of the brightest clusters that we can see with this this outdoor camera. If I turn it to night mode, it really you see a whole lot less. I know what type of focus you're talking about. Didn't like them. I've noticed it can almost like it kind of it'll jerk a little bit, but overall it's it's worked all right. There was the option to have a moonlight focuser with this scope that was being sold with it. However, that was a little too far out of my price range for the whole kit. So yeah, I just kind of I stuck with the stock focuser on this one, because yeah, the price was absolutely right for this scope. So is that I'll deal with things in drips and drabs. Like this whole setup was built over the course of about maybe 2.5 years of collecting different parts, as it were. So it was once I kind of decided to move on from the Star Tracker, from the Star Adventurer, that did what I could to secure a proper mount, and one that's going to last for quite a while at least there. Bubba Zelnick, hi Ma, how are you? You're not sticking around. You're in and out, eh? Just say hello. No, we are. Always good to hear. Always good to hear. Love you. So we are shooting the Fishhead Nebula. And we are just about halfway through our exposure on this one there. And what I'm trying to do is also keep the encoding on OBS from overloading on here. So I'm trying to work with a more minimal setup, or at least a more static setup. Actually, I'm looking on my screen right now, and my little frame around my head is animated, and that starts to take up resources in the computer. So I will have to make a note of changing that so I can save on performance and be able to use other programs at the same time, because I've noticed that the computer doesn't perform at the level that I'm trying to make it perform. And there's it's still picking up little bits of information for optimizing the stream as much as possible and making it work for me rather than working against it. But once again, I can't say thank you enough to everybody who has followed the channel, subscribed to the channel. I mean, like I said, we reached a level of Twitch affiliate just last week. Like not even a week ago. It's still 5-6 days ago that we reached Twitch affiliate, and just the amount of support that's kind of been given out it's wonderful. It's a little overwhelming. It's humbling for sure, because I'm just kind of doing what I love, and just going on and rambling on about it as much as possible. And I just thank you guys for sticking around, and even if you're just lurking, that's, I'm happy for that. If you have me on to just say as some white noise in the background, that's totally cool. I don't have all the answers. I may not have all the right facts at times, but I do try my hardest to be able to research when I'm wrong, and just give you as much information of the night sky as possible, because it's just what I love to do. When I was in university, every project I did was trying to incorporate astronomy into it somehow and twist it in my own way, when everybody else was kind of maybe trying to follow a certain expectation of things. It's just trying to open more people's eyes to the universe as much as possible, and not in like a in a philosophical kind of way or something like that, but just to see what's up there, what is beyond our light polluted skies. You're not always able to see a large amount of stars, because say you're in an inner city, and you're in London, you're in Hong Kong, you're in Toronto, you're in Los Angeles. Your night sky is just drowned out by all this artificial light, so it's hard to see anything meaningful or anything significant out there. So that's what I want to do for my area. My little corner of the UK is being able to image these stars, these planets. You know, we were looking at Mars earlier, and you know, last night we were looking at the moon, and depending on how the weather goes, we'll pop back on the moon again. And it's just one of those things that if you don't have the means to see these areas in the night sky, I feel that it's you know, almost my little bit of duty to share this with you. And you know, I used to do a lot more long exposure photography, and it's great. I love doing that as well, but at the same time, this is almost a little more fulfilling because we're able to get these images out as quickly as possible. And in the next 45 seconds, I am excited to see how this image is gonna come out of the camera there. We are using a deep sky telescope, and that is a 8-inch Rishi-Chrétien design telescope where we have a it's just 2 mirrors that are set up there. It is a large primary mirror in the back which collects all the light, a small little secondary mirror which points it all back at this astronomy dedicated camera that processes these images as efficiently and as detailed as possible. So that image is done. I'm going to go over this. This image that has come out of the camera is straight out of the camera. There's no processing that's been done to it. It's cooled down to 20 degrees below zero, and we are currently at a temperature of probably even a little cooler. We're 3 degrees in the east of England right now. So it's not a hard task at the moment for this camera to be cooled down to these sub-zero temperatures. So let's go back to our image of the Fishhead Nebula, which is a smaller portion of the Heart Nebula located in Cassiopeia, of which, let me get some information on this, get information on the Heart Nebula there. But that is our 10-minute integration, our shot of the Fishhead Nebula. And I'm happy I reframed that because that's now dead center rather than that kind of head area being down just below. Like I said, this is part of the Heart Nebula, which is part of a larger complex located in Cassiopeia, derived from its shape, very much like a classical heart. Heart? I see a heart. You may not. Anyway, that's the Heart Nebula right there. See? The brightest part of the Heart Nebula is separately classified as NGC 896 and was the first part of this nebula to be discovered, which is what we are shooting right now, which is also colloquially named as the Fishhead Nebula, because you can see there's a bit of the gills and the making all sorts of weird faces for you guys tonight. And this entire complex lies about 7,500 light years away in the Perseus arm of the galaxy. The loose open cluster, Melotte 15, lies at the center of 1805, which I probably will jump down to that because well, it's close by. It's another interesting shot. I saw the area getting darker in my image. How dare you snagging these photons? Well, look, we've got to share and share alike, you know. You know, it's an interesting spot to be imaging. Right. For those of you following in the chat who may have also just joined, Astro Addict is an amazing astrophotographer in his own right, and he has some fantastic YouTube videos. So if you can, check out his YouTube channel, because Tim does some phenomenal stuff and he has some excellent advice on things. And for me, he's been a wealth of information as well. And I've learned quite a bit from his channel. and just kind of combining his information from a lot of other people. It's yeah, just some great images that he's produced, and just a lot of decent insight that you get from Tim. So yeah, check him out, and yeah, then come on back and we'll look at some more images. But I mean, I do overall, like, the community within within Twitch has been amazing. The astrophotography, the astronomy community, it's just one of those things where there's nothing more than you want to do is to kind of help someone, bring someone else up, and just be able to share as much information as possible, because we're only going to improve as a whole. You know, it's, you share that information and someone's going to pick out some tidbit from someone, and they're going to combine it with someone else, and they're going to come out with maybe a new bit of technique to improve an image in some other way. And it's just this this kind of growing microcosm of ideas and advice that's just going to open up more possibilities within astrophotography and astronomy. And I think now, just being able to be connected more than we have in the past, that we share these ideas so much quicker, and it's like you almost can't keep up with some of the new ideas that are coming around, and it's just you almost can't wait to try out this new process, try out this other technique. And a lot of it is overall it's free advice that you're getting from a lot of people. So I mean, by no means am I running any kind of master class on things astrophotography, but it's just you know, just my way of processing images, or just my way of sharing the images that someone might see another opportunity to do it a little better, and I'd be totally happy with that. You know, I'm not trying to be better than the next person. I just want to be able to share these images and lift people up in any way, shape, or form, and or even just be able to get you to look up and wonder maybe just a little more deeply about what's out there, about what we can see, what we're able to witness. And this image is possible with the filter that I use, and it's cutting out a lot of the light pollution in my area, so we're only capturing the main hydrogen alpha gases in this area. And that's what is you know, these stars are exciting the gases in the area and illuminating them in the red wavelength. So this is why hydrogen alpha is in the red end of the visible spectrum. We're getting these images coming through. So yeah, the nebula's gorgeous red color is driven by radiation emanating from Lot 15, which is the heart of the Heart Nebula, which I'm going to jump over there shortly and steal a little more photons from Astro Addict and make him stay outside a little longer. Only 1.5 million years old, this cluster contains a few bright stars nearly 50 times the sun's mass, and many more containing only a fraction of a solar mass. So we have some very, very large stars in this area, and we have some tiny stars in this area, and all those are going to, depending on where they are on the Hertzsprung-Russell scale, is depending on if they are going to end up as a red giant, a main sequence star, a white dwarf, or a black hole, or a supernova. It's just going to depend on the star's composition. All right, good luck on the meridian flip. See you in a bit. Now let's move back to just a quick little thing that the meridian flip is once you kind of pass basically when this part of the telescope is at horizontal and you're pointing straight up, you're basically at the kind of the imaginary line of the meridian, which kind of runs through Greenwich, England. And at that point, you depending on your setup, you might run the risk of bumping into the lower part, or the like the leg of your telescope. Now I have a pier extension on there, so I have less of a chance of hitting the legs. However, it's you know, you're not going to start rotating down farther, because in my case I'm going to start hitting the trees with the scope there. So when you when this part of the scope reaches horizontal, you're going to want to rotate onto the other direction so that your scope is on this side facing, and you can kind of continue tracking the way through the night sky and image your have your image capture the photons a lot longer. Whereas for the most part, I'm imaging more towards the east, because I have a whole bunch of trees off to the west, or to the right of this image here. So yeah, when you are doing the meridian flip, that is just it's beneficial to your to the safety of your scope and your entire mount. But yeah, back to our to the Fishhead Nebula. Like I said, part of the overall heart and soul complex there, and yeah, I think it's one of those objects that I never had gone after before, due to just constraints of my mount and my scope and my camera. And now that you know, we've managed to acquire some new equipment over the past few months, it's just one of those targets that is just really cool to look at there. And we do have a little bit of gradient, and that just still comes from where you can see that almost greenish kind of tint from right to left, and that's just the street lights in the area. We have I said we have LED lights, and they're a pain, because they're a little harder to get rid of, because they're always going to cast a bit of that gradient there. But once about 1 in the morning, they do turn off the street lights, and it does have a marked improvement on the images there. So let's see if I can pull out if I start stretching this image a little too much, we'll start amplifying any of the inherent noise that comes from a long exposure. But it's overall not too bad for the noise on here. And I have shot this at minus 10 degrees, but right now I am cooling the sensor to minus 20, and that's just mainly because we have colder. We're almost at zero degrees right now. And let me see where we're at for the dew point, because that's also going to dictate how much longer we're staying out, because I do not have a heater set up to combat any dew forming on the mirrors, and we're fast approaching that, and we're getting pretty close to it. But also we have the threat of clouds rolling in, so I'm going to save this image, and I'm going to probably do what might even be the last image of the night, just because of clouds rolling in. Now, it doesn't look too bad, so you can just see just above my head it's getting a little brighter in the corner there, and that'll be the moon coming up, and we're at about 83% of a waning gibbous. So we have reached our full moon on Halloween on Saturday, and now it's going back into coming back into shadow. So we'll be at new moon in a couple weeks, and at least that point we're in about 10 days or so we'll be at a new moon. However, the weather for the most part looks to be a little sus. Friday might be all right for some more imaging. Looks like tomorrow night is overall probably not going to be an imaging night. So we'll see how that goes. But we'll, like I said, we're going to image as long as possible tonight. And usually we're only starting at about 8 o'clock. And I did kick things off earlier at just a little after 6:30 Greenwich Mean Time, to just to be able to get as much time with the with any of these images from space. So we're going to move just slightly to the south in the same nebula complex, the exact same nebula, but we're going to go to the heart of the Heart Nebula, which is Melotte 15. And like I said in the earlier description there, that is where the main radiation is emanating and forming this whole complex. Now I have shot wide field of this before, so let's go back over to, jump back over to there. So we're still looking at the nebula while I reorganize where we're at. So Melotte 15 is also registered as IC 1805. Now I'm going to image this, and I'm going to try to recenter it, because last time I took a shot of it, it was a little low and almost mildly, well, not underwhelming, but I could have framed it up a little better. So let's go 1805, and again, same complex. You know, so here's that middle portion is Melotte 15, the IC 1805, but just up to the upper right, which is just out of frame, was the Fishhead Nebula, where we were just on. And because this was a brighter part of the nebula, it was discovered before the entire complex of the structure was. Let's see, it's just a tiny jump, and probably won't. Let's go over to the telescope. You probably won't even notice it move too much. It's a tiny little to the right, depending on the orientation of the camera. Right, so when I'm looking at the telescope, it looks like I'm looking away from it, but here's my monitor is here. Like I said, a little more adjustment with the setup of the adjustment to the setup of my whole stream, because like I said, it's been like this for about a month, and a lot of the images I have on here are kind of just some free default overlays that I've picked up along the way, and I just want to be able to do more, like you know, my little custom logos up at the top there, the observatory, the heart, and the scope, letting us know our viewers, our followers, and our very generous subscribers to the channel. So I'm still working on a lot of the details for what I want to have offered for anybody who wants to subscribe. It's totally not necessary. However, I am going to be working on some new icons, some new emotes. I mean, our channel points are labeled as photons, and that is a icon that is representative of a photon itself, the little packet of information, that light, what light is and what we're capturing right now. So yeah, something like that. That was discovered at the University of Warsaw, and so this was the visual representation of that discovery. So our channel points are photons, and we'll try and get a little more interesting bits that we can have integrated into the site, so it's more than just highlighting your message. We'll try and do some fun little things that will just allow for a little more incentive to use any points that you have accumulating there. Putsy! What's up, Putsy fam? How you guys doing tonight? Thank you for dropping in. How you guys doing? Fulmine, Mojo Jojo, the man, Putsy himself. How are you guys doing? That's I love. You know what? I love those little chibi icons that you have there, Putsy. They're so cute. Doing super duper, brother. All right, awesome. We are just about to start our new exposure. First Fusion, how are you? Good to see you. This little, actually, I think we're pretty good on our framing. I'm going to go with that. I'm going to start this. I'm going to start imaging this so that you guys who have just come in, you know what we're doing. I'm doing really good. I am doing fantastic because we have clear skies once again, and I couldn't be happier. The only thing is that I'm almost out of coffee, so we'll see how the rest of the night goes there. So yeah, we are imaging part of the Heart Nebula, which is a large complex within the constellation of Cassiopeia, which is, if you're looking up, if you're in the northern hemisphere, that is a kind of a W-shaped constellation of stars. And what I'm doing right now is just picking a guide star for my scope to follow, so we don't lose things. So we're able to take a long exposure, and once that is settled in there, we're going to take a look at the Heart Nebula, and I think that is, yeah, we're good for that positioning there. Hey, it's my face. And my face is available for those who want to subscribe. You don't have to subscribe. It's totally fine. It's cool. You want to see my face? Ask some others who have subscribed, and they'll pop that face on there. Yeah, that's just kind of part of the logo that I did. I just wanted to get something out there right now, and yeah, it's just a fun little thing, and we'll develop some more ideas as the week progresses. And it looks like if tomorrow is going to be some crummy weather, I'll see about fixing some stuff up on here and bringing out a couple more options in some way, shape, or form. So we are imaging outer space with this telescope right here. For those of you who may be new to the channel, we are shooting live images from outer space with a 8-inch telescope, a dedicated astronomy camera, with a Skywatcher EQ6R Pro mount, which will track the night sky in as accurate a fashion as possible. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and anytime I do have clear skies, I want to be imaging. Where is Mars now? Mars is right here, just in the upper right corner. It has moved just behind the trees, so unfortunately, we did shoot some images. I had some images of Mars early on in the evening, so if you are so inclined, you can rewind later on once this broadcast is finished. You can have some shots of Mars there. It has rotated enough that actually, if you compare it to a week or so before when I was imaging it, you can see some definite change in the surface details of there. So I think that's actually really cool to be able to see that. And one of a really fantastic, like the master of planetary photographer is Damien Peach, and he has some absolutely fantastic images. And he released an image of Mars that he took that looks just incredible. Like, I can't even believe the amount of details that this guy got. And that's Damien Peach, and he does like the best planetary photography images. And yeah, the shot of Mars that he got is absolutely stunning. So if you have a chance, you can check him out. And yeah, you've seen that image. Yeah, I, I saw the image and I haven't looked at all the details yet. He must. I don't even know what the hell he used on that. That was incredible. That was an amazing image. Like so clear and so detailed. Yeah, he's done some incredible stuff with planetary. And yeah, I think I've tried doing planetary in the past, and it's just for me it just doesn't have the same satisfaction as shooting like nebulae and galaxies and things like that. But you know, we're all going to kind of pick our favorite bits out of imaging. So yeah, for now I'm stealing a few more photons from Astro Addict's target at the moment. We are now at the heart of the Heart Nebula, Malot 15 or IC 1805. And there's tons of different catalog numbers for these, and luckily enough, the ASI Air has added a few more categories into its catalog there, so we're able to find some other objects a little easier. Got to go back to let me APT crash. See, fair enough. When things go right, they're right, but when things can go wrong, things can go colossally wrong and be frustrating. And sometimes it ends up being it can be something simple as, you know, turning it off and turning it back on again. Like even earlier on in the stream, I lost my connection to the telescope outside, and it was just a quick restart of the program, which got everything back on track, thankfully. So I didn't really have to interrupt things. So we're still good to go. Now like I said, the weather is looking iffy, and like I said, I'm going to image as long as possible because we started much earlier than usual. Usually we only would have been going for about an hour and a half by now, but here we are almost 4 hours in, and you know, the weather has cooperated for now, but it looks like there's a fair chance of see about 77% cloud coverage rolling over my area at the moment. So we'll kind of keep on things. My loose plan at the moment will be we'll do this image of the Heart Nebula, and the moon may just be starting to come up. Let's see. Yeah, we can see just above me there, that little gradient where that little bright spot there is going to be the moon, and actually you can even see a little bit of glare on the rim of the telescope there. So we might even actually be able to shoot the moon after this. Let's see how that goes, because yeah, it was a fantastic image last night, and now that the moon has moved into a little more shadow as a waning gibbous, we have some new areas that we can look at on the moon that are obscured in shadow, or at least highlighted along the terminator line there. So we'll take a look at that, and that might kind of lead into the end of the night there. But we'll see how that goes. Like I said, things are dynamic at best, and you know, the weather. Sometimes the weather can say one thing. I've had forecasts where it says that we're totally covered in cloud, and then I've looked outside and it's clear. So, you know, we do what we can to just keep an eye out on things. All right, man, I'm gonna head out for the night, for the morning. Thanks for lurking and hanging out in Stream Raiders. Take care, bud. All right, Pussy, thank you very much. Have a fantastic evening. Enjoy your stream as always. Yeah, just it's for those of you who are on this channel and who may have discovered Pussy, He's a Singapore-based streamer, and he does a lot of fun games. He's got some fun interactive bits on his stream, so check him out if you can. And yeah, it's just a general good laugh and good times on his stream. So we are very serious here. So if you want to have fun, go see Putsy. If you want to learn, stay here. Okay, bye. But yeah, thank you very much, Putsy. Thanks again for the raid. Take care, brother. We'll see you again on the next stream. Not see you guys again. I'm still here. I'm this face staying here. That's it. Unless the face goes like this. All right, so we are about 2 minutes out from our image of the Heart Nebula. And overall guiding has held up pretty well, so I'm happy with that. Overall, I am happy in general with all this, with how everything's going. Even if something goes wrong, then it's just, I know it sounds weird to always put a positive spin on things, but it's just a way to, you keep a little more, you learn a little bit from every tiny mistake that happens or every little bit that goes wrong. I did have, what did I have? I thought I had, oh yes, here's a little thing. While we're waiting for this image to wrap up there, an important thing with the scope is to always make sure that you are in focus. So you are having, you get tight round stars in your image there. And there is a way for you just to measure the star by slightly focusing and defocusing your the star that you're trying to image with, or to gain focus with. And it's basically, as soon as it's at its tiniest point, then that's when you're in focus. But you can kind of quickly go in and out of focus and not have it just quite right. So the one of the tools that I had discovered early on was called a Batonov mask. And what that does is creates these diffraction spikes on your star. And it leaves you with an image like this. So a perfectly round star that is in focus is going to have these 3 intersecting points. And this is the star mask that I use on my scope. So you can get a good idea of just how large the telescope is. What large aperture we're using to capture these images. And what these slots do is create this diffraction pattern that you're looking at there. And when those 3 lines converge, then your stars are well in focus, and your everything is going to be nice and sharp in your image. Now you may have to adjust the focus throughout the night, because if the temperature changes wildly, there can be just a little change in the form of your mirrors, or your just like the overall, like the tube. There might be some just a pressure change with the temperature, because everything will expand or contract. So there's a little bit of variance in your focus. So sometimes if there's a large change, you have to go back out and double check your focus and make sure that you're still there, so you're not getting a blurry image if you put the scope to image for the rest of the night. And then you wake up to blurry images and you've wasted an entire evening. But then in that sense, that just reminds you to double check your focus before you kind of turn in for the night. So yeah, once the star is in this, these spikes are in that configuration, your star is nice and sharp, and as small as point as it's going to be. And you don't have to worry about having blurry images for that time. Now, advantageously, we have completed our image of the Heart Nebula, and that's turned out pretty cool. Let's highlight. Now, this is just a 10-minute image that we just started shooting as soon as you guys came in from the raid. So the whole time I've been rambling on about stuff, this image has been collecting data and building, well, not building itself up, it's just a single image, so I'm still collecting the same amount of noise that happens in the camera there. But this is the central part of the Heart Nebula. Sorry. And a little bit of information on this. Bruh! How are you doing? Thank you for joining in. We have just finished a 10-minute exposure of IC 1805, which is part of the Heart Nebula complex in Cassiopeia. This is the central star-forming region of the Heart Nebula, and this whole complex lies about 7,500 light-years away in the Perseus arm of the galaxy. The loose open cluster, Melotte 15, is what we're looking at here. Lies at the center of the Heart Nebula, and the nebula's gorgeous red color is driven by the radiation emanating from this cluster right here that we're looking at. And the whole thing is only 1.5 million years old, and it contains a few bright stars, nearly 50 times the sun's mass, and many more containing only a fraction of a solar mass. So we have some absolutely massive stars in this area, and we also have some very tiny stars. And depending on the solar mass of the stars will kind of dictate what these stars will do later on in life. And if it is a main sequence star like our sun, it will burn slowly and efficiently for billions of years, and long enough to have life such as us to form around in the solar system. Now, there are also some of the younger, hotter suns that will burn through their fuel much quicker, and once that's exhausted, the outward pressure and inward pressure will be there'll be an imbalance, and eventually the whole star can collapse in on itself, rebounding in a spectacular supernova event, or possibly collapsing deeper into a black hole. So yeah, depending on those, on how the star, how large the star is, will kind of dictate what it does at the end of its life. And sometimes it'll end up as a planetary nebula, which is, let's see if I have an older image of a planetary nebula on here that we can, I can show you guys. And I think that was, no, not that one there. I'm trying to find a planetary nebula to illustrate. No, that's the Pac-Man. We'll find it. That is not a planet. That is the Pleiades. That was a night from the other image. That's okay. We'll find one in a bit. But this is this star-forming region is one of the more interesting areas as well. It just seems like this large, depending on the orientation that you're looking at, this large complex of twisted gas and dust that's sitting at the heart of a larger nebula complex, which is paired with another large nebula called the Sol Nebula. So yeah, these star-forming regions are continually birthing stars, and you're going to get other similar kind of solar systems, forming in these areas depending on the composition of the stars. So yeah, these are, like I said, these are 10-minute images that we take with this telescope here, and the moon is kind of coming up, so I'm going to see if we can actually go over to the moon, because that is also overall going to impact what we're imaging tonight, because the moon is just going to wash out a lot of the images. So doing a long exposure, unfortunately, doesn't work out too well when you're imaging with a fair. This is still, I say at 83%, it's still largely a full moon overall if you're just kind of looking at it from, you know, an unconcentrated look from the ground. So what we do, we'll save that image down, and I have on my Instagram page, I have done a 15-hour exposure of this portion of the night sky, and yeah, you can see that on Instagram, which will pop up just above the just beside the viewer and follower count there. That'll be Astro Canuck on Instagram, and yeah, we have this is probably the second image along the on the gallery there, which would be Malot 15. So make sure that's saved down, and let's do a plate solving on here, because when you're plate solving, that kind of lets the scope and the mount know exactly where it's pointing, so that when you are going to move to another object, that it's going to be as accurate as possible, so you're not spending time trying to find your object there. So all right, good. Switch back. So we also changed the tracking rate from sidereal, which is going to be the rotation speed counter to Earth's rotation, or if you're doing lunar imaging, which we're going to do in a minute there, you're going to change the tracking speed so that you're not moving too fast or you're moving too slow, because the moon is it's much closer to us, so it's going to have it's going to move quicker across the night sky in retrospect to the stars. So when there is like a conjunction, or a not a conjunction. Conjunction is when you have the two things close together. When there's when the moon will occult a star, and that is when an object comes between you and what you're looking at. So yeah, when there's an occultation of a certain bright star, which is easily seen to be blocked out by the moon, it's always a fun event to watch there. And it happens fairly often, but it's always good to observe that. You can just see the motion of the moon versus like the background of the stars there. So let us go over to the moon, and we will do a little. When you're imaging the moon, you do want to actually shoot much shorter exposures because it is so bright. Whereas when I'm doing something like this, you do a long exposure of maybe 5-10 minutes, and that just kind of soaks in as much of the information as possible, and that improves the signal to noise ratio, because chances are a lot of the objects out in space are fairly dim, so you need as much integration time as possible for the sensor to accumulate the photons being captured and processing that into the information that's kicked out on the other end. So, but the moon being so close and so bright, it's almost no time at all that you need to capture a meaningful image there. So let's hang on one second. Let's take one last look. That is the like I said, the Heart Nebula, the heart of the Heart Nebula, Malot 15. And I love it. All right, so let's pop over to the moon and see how that goes there. It should be. I know we can't see it in the security camera shot right now, but that should be just high enough above the roof line that we're going to be able to see that there. And if not, we'll pick one more target, and that should be. We'll see how that comes out there first. All right. let us have a look. Actually, I don't even need a 5-second exposure. We just let's do just a quick exposure there. Astro Addict, you're back. Successful flip, excellent. Perfect. We've just moved over to the moon, which is probably going to dictate the end of the stream. However, there's a lot of the moon to look at, so yeah, I had thoroughly enjoyed looking at it last night, and like I said, now that we've the Terminator has moved a little bit, there's gonna be some new objects to look at there. So glad your flip went successfully there. Overall, I still try to avoid doing flips because still there's been some horror stories about the ASI Air just not recognizing that there was a failure in the flip, and it's just kept rotating around and around until the cables basically just snapped off there, and then that's what stopped the rig from winding up the cables. Old balls, the old balls. Hey Pops, how are you? All right, there's our just a quick shot of the moon, just to make sure we are on it. Now, here's where the little bit of jiggery pokery comes in, because the original ASI Air does not have a video mode, as the Pro has been upgraded to. However, it does have the focus mode, which works out really well and almost adds kind of a bit of a digital zoom or a bit of binning on there. And we get some pretty cool shots of the moon. We don't really need to be guiding. Don't know how we are guiding. How it thinks that it's locked onto anything there. Let's stop that. Let's conserve some data here. Change that to lunar. Turn that off. We don't need it. We'll find a appropriate exposure length. And yeah, that's pretty much the moon dialed in for us. So yeah, it's like shooting planetary images. You like the moon. With the moon, you're going to want to shoot basically video, because as you can see, the moon is kind of going in and out of focus here. It is because of the atmosphere causing all this, the wibbly wobbly. That roiling atmosphere is just causing the distortion of the image, and you're just not able to get a clear shot all the time. It's very similar to when you're looking across like a hot road or hot asphalt or anything like that, and you get that kind of mirage look where you get the wavy image that's kind of there, and you can kind of see a clear image every now and then. That's basically how the atmosphere is treating the moon at the moment. So there are, like I said, there's different areas of the moon that have kind of come into view. Yeah, okay, we're whipping around too fast there. But like I said before, that overall you get the wrong way. When you're looking at a full moon, you kind of have that almost flat kind of view to it, where there isn't a lot of definition, where you can see more of the mare, these dark patches there. Bubba Zelnick, you're back too. Thank you very much, popping in, for returning. We're back on the moon tonight, as the everything has, the clouds have stayed off, but the moon has basically kind of come into our only field of view, and it's kind of washed out any opportunity that we have for any more deep sky imaging, because that's just going to kind of wash out the image. But I think checking out some other areas of the moon that have now kind of fallen into a bit of the shadow, we're able to see some different features that are kind of coming out there. I always wanted to see a 100% moon, just a picture of this one moment with no edges and a perfect circle. I agree. I think the people say, yeah, sure, get the moon with the Terminator there, but every instance is amazing in its own right. And yeah, you know, again, there's tons of people that do fantastic work on the moon as well, and just like unreal images that kind of come out of you know, out of the work that people do. You know, so yeah, so this is my little workaround for getting some video images of the moon with the original ASI Air. Now, it can't record any of this. The only kind of way it's being recorded is you know, saving this VOD on Twitch, and subsequently I do upload these videos later on my YouTube channel, so at least I have you know, a record of these. So I don't think they stay so long on Twitch. I'm not sure. I think if you're a partner, you get to keep them almost indefinitely, whereas with early on I only had 14 days for my videos, and then as an affiliate I think I have 28 days. I have to double check on that. It's still not a long time that they keep them on there. So yeah, I'll keep those other videos on my YouTube channel as kind of a reference, and we can kind of see how things grow and change over the weeks and months that we'll be doing this this stream. So just slowly turn again, controlling the whole scope with the ASI Air has been a great pleasure, because it's saved me from some cold temperatures, which really don't bother me, but it's you know, just that way to not be spending as much time outside, and you can do a little multitasking at the same time while the scope is doing its thing. You know, and definitely just kind of being able to image a little longer as well is beneficial. And yeah, just being able to you know, get shots of the moon is pretty cool. And actually, I might have to see when the next lunar eclipse will be, because I'd definitely like to be able to image it at that point and just watch it turn that the coppery red. Let's see. Hey Google, when is the next lunar eclipse? All right, so let's hope that it says that it's going to be on the 30th of November. So the next one in the UK will be on the 16th of May 2022. No, wait. No, on 16th of May 2022, a total lunar eclipse will be visible over South America, most of North America, and parts of Europe and Africa. All right, so make sure that the skies are clear on the 30th of November, and we'll all join back. We'll all come back here on that day to watch the moon fall into the Earth's shadow. Right, so yeah, as you know, we're coming over this part of the moon. You can see, you know, you see the craters in the mare, but it is still, it almost seems kind of like widely flat, featureless. But as soon as that shadow starts kind of coming over these areas of the moon, there's just all these different ridges, and you can just see the depth of things, which is like it's so. I don't want to say multifunctional. That's not the word I'm looking for. It offers up some challenges, some different challenges and ways to shoot the moon, which you can get some tremendous images out of here. And it's been such a long time since I've actually done a lunar image, and really that was with my old scope, with my old mount when I imaged the moon. And that's probably about, I guess, 2.5, 3 years ago now. So I quickly got sucked into the world of nebulae and galaxies, and unfortunately, I do apologize that I have neglected the moon as of late. But here's my my way of making up for it in some fashion. Now, I don't know the names of all these craters and all the dark areas of the mare. I know the Sea of Tranquility is just up to the north of the image. This large crater coming in on the right is Tycho, named for the astronomer Tycho Brahe, and that's kind of like one of the cold facts of the moon that I have for you guys. And I know I said I was going to look up some more stuff. However, my IRL job was incredibly busy today, so I didn't have a lot of time. And like I said, I started almost immediately after work finished, so not knowing how much time we were going to have with some clear skies. So this is kind of our, with the moon being in the area that it is, basically my only window to the universe. It is impeding my shots. However, it is a welcomed sight to have on here, because it's been too long since I've actually really looked at the moon. So let's I'm going to just fix up that contrast a bit there. Let's see, maybe there we go. Get some more contrast in there at least, so it's not such a flat looking image. Let's well, heck, that looks way better now. All right, so we're going to restart this tour of the moon all over again. Now, so these let's see. Oh, that's not what we want. Where are we? Let's now I was wondering if that was going to be a little more. I mean, the whole thing is interesting to look at altogether. I mean, I do love looking at the moon. It was, again, that was one of my very first astrophotos, was an image of the moon that I held my phone up to the eyepiece and took a shot. And right from that point, I just wanted to take as many pictures as possible and share it with as many people as possible. And you know, thanks to Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and now YouTube and Twitch, just able to show a wider variety of images to a wider audience. And you know, it's something like that just makes to me, complete sense, because sometimes just through no fault of anybody who may be interested in space, you just may not have the resources or the capabilities of being able to get out and look at the night sky in as much detail as you want to. So I feel this is just kind of like my little bit of my little contribution that I can offer to those who are curious about space, or interested in any bit of astronomy, that I'm happy to share the information that I've accumulated over the years and kind of spit that back out. Let's try a different word there, and share it with you in as meaningful a way and as as succinct as possible. There you go. Let's come up to the to this side of the Terminator where we can really see some shadows, kind of being really that are really standing out on this this area of the moon along the Terminator. And I do see a couple impact craters that you can see those the peaks in the middle that are still being slightly illuminated through the shadow. So you can also see just how that, again, how the moon is kind of coming in and out of focus, and yeah, just when you are shooting video of the moon, you just kind of catch those fleeting glimpses a little more than you would if we were trying to take like single exposures, where we necessarily wouldn't get the details, because chances are you'd capture the moon while it's blurry, and you wouldn't get those quick, sharp little images that come through there. All right. Let's see, 11:15, going for 4.5 hours. Holy potatoes! Not in a bad way, that I'm shocked at how long we've been going on for. It's just that I was anticipating the clouds were going to be coming through a lot sooner, and unfortunately would have had to cut this short without being able to come back to the moon. But let's see what's now. There's the moon, because my view of things, like I've shown before, I have a limited window of the night sky, thanks largely in part to some well-placed trees and neighbors' houses. So just quickly jumping over to Stellarium, this is my my window to the cosmos from my back garden. So mainly to the south and to the west, there is nothing available. Now I've fast forward time a little bit just to so we can illuminate the backyard or the garden. But yeah, it's to the east and a little bit to the north, but the moon is basically going to impact my shots for a little bit there. So like I said, it's doing what I can to image what I have available. And I guess of the areas that we could have, I'm glad I do have the north to be able to polar align my scope on the North Star. And the east kind of gives me that combination of nebulae and galaxies, looking out when galaxy season rolls around, being able to look out away from from the core of our home island. Yeah, so that is the minor challenges that I have with things. Now I'm just centering on it so there's less movement. But overall, I am so happy to be on the moon. I am quite figuratively over the moon. No, I no happy to be shooting the moon. Oh, wrong direction. Let's come back down a bit there. So I want to try and let's get this. There we go. A couple of interesting spots here that like these two craters right here, just being able to see the points that are in shadow and just how much that that center area of that crater is rising up above the rim and still being illuminated just a little bit by the sun. And just the craters, the impact craters upon impact craters, and even just down to the lower left, you can see the height of that ridge and just the length of the shadow that we're looking at, that these, what could look like generally flat areas of the moon, have some incredibly large structures in height to them. Despite how small the moon looks to us, it's still, you know, it's still a large, there's still large features that are on there. And I think just because we don't have a true, I guess, measuring stick of sorts to be able to grasp the sheer scale of things. But just overall happy with all these. Like, for those who may have tuned in, we are kind of coming close to the end of the session. However, we are on the moon. These are live images coming through of the moon from the back garden using this telescope, this telescope here, and a astronomy dedicated camera. We are shooting the 83% waning gibbous. We have come out of a full moon from Saturday on Halloween, and we are approaching a new moon in the next 14 days. So until then, we have some interesting features of the moon that are kind of showing up in shadow, and just generally being able to see how deep these craters actually are, where you get a sense of just how long those shadows are coming off the ridge, the rim of the crater. That yeah, it's not you know, these are, you know, dozens and hundreds of miles across. Although they don't, you know, these things don't look like it. You know, they're massive, massive impact craters. And yeah, just it's one of those things. I'm not able to capture video with this configuration at the moment, but I would definitely like to. I definitely like to be able to do that, because it's an interesting. The moon is such an interesting object to be looking at, and I think what I want to try and do actually before we kind of wrap things up is I want to. Nope, I want to go the other direction. I want to see how this looks through the guide scope. Now it's a smaller scope, but it's also a smaller sensor, so it can kind of capture images a little quicker. And chances are it should be on the moon. In theory, you could now measure the size of the craters with the data in your telescope. This is true, because I do know the focal length and the pixel size. Yeah, I guess I could. Definitely. I know with you know, there are some settings in PixInsight where you have to know your the whole imaging train every every little detail, and that way it would be able to tell you. Well, it would do its own. Was it the photometric calibration in there? But yeah, I guess if you know exactly what the pixel sizes are, then yeah, you could definitely measure what the craters are. Although I could cheat and look at Google, but that's not the point. All right, I'm going to, yeah, let's go to the guide scope, and I'm going to change the exposure length on there to about the same. Let's see if it's actually pointing at the moon. It's not really, it's just down below. No. All right, well, if we go a little farther down. Let's move that up just a bit. And we can kind of see it coming through on the guide scope. This is the shortest exposure I can do without kind of reconfiguring things. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that maybe we could have seen some different, a different bit of a view from the guide scope, but it's still favorable to look at it this way. But again, also looking at the moon with a narrowband filter is kind of casting a bit of a green, a little fine green hue overall. And it's also, because it's still so bright, that you're not getting the greatest amount of contrast that you could. I'm playing around with the slider too much. Although this area of the mare looks pretty interesting. You can really see just the way how those impact craters have spread out. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting engrossed in the moon at the moment. Apologize, I was sitting here with some music and dead air. Yeah, it's what are we at? 11:30. I'm probably going to wind things down for the night, and yeah, I mean, happy overall with how the weather has cooperated, and you know. It's great to have the moon out. It's also good to have the moon, you know, bugger off a bit so we can do some more imaging. But at the same time, it is a variety of objects that we're looking at in the night sky, and there's you know, there's no end to what is available to look at. You know, we'll have some nights where there are similar, you know, some similar targets available, but as the seasons kind of roll on, we're going to have different objects come into view as the season progresses. And like I said, coming up in a few weeks, that Orion will be high enough above the roof line, so we'll be able to see some familiar and favorite objects in that section there. Thanks for the stream and the shout out. I return the favor. Thank you very much, Tim. Once again, Astro Addict, if you check out his videos on YouTube, some fantastic stuff. I can't say enough good things about this guy. And yeah, I mean, he's it's a wealth of information. So if you're interested in astrophotography and you want some more detailed advice on how things are rather than me haphazardly jumping around on things, check out Tim's stuff on there. It's pretty cool. So yeah, appreciate that very much. Thank you very much for coming in and hanging out. Yeah, I'm always happy to share any ideas with people and just yeah, just have some fun, just a fun conversation with things. And yeah, I'll be working on all this layout and changing things up, and you know, just trying out some new things, and you know, maybe things work, maybe things don't, but it's a constantly ongoing thing. And you know, just like a lot of hobbies and a lot of passions, it's never truly complete. So you always want to work on some more things there. So once again, if you want to check out any other things that I've done with astronomy and astrophotography, you can check me out on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, and here on Twitch, which I do exclusively stream to, being an affiliate. So I no longer do the multi streams to kicking out to Facebook and YouTube. So those videos will kind of pop up later on after a certain cooldown period. So thank you guys very much for all your support. Thank you guys very much for everybody who has jumped in on the chat, those who have liked and favorited, or who have favorited our channel. Thank you guys very much who have subscribed. I'm very appreciative of that. I mean, it's not a prerequisite at all to join in on the fun, but yeah, also want to definitely get the bot fixed up there, so I can actually do a proper proper links and shout outs and things like that. So and those who are on and who do stream and do any kind of thing you want to shout out about, happy to share that. I know some people have some weird kind of etiquette about not saying that you're a streamer as well, but that's the only way we're going to discover each other and find out something new and discover something fun that we never knew we liked. And in the spirit of finding something weird and something that we never knew we liked, and there you go, there's Astro Addict's link there. Now, what's this? Runtime error. Something is errored. VLC gamepad removed. I don't know what that means. Okay, so in the spirit of finding something weird that you didn't know you liked, I'm going to send you guys off to a streamer called Castlehead. It is weird. It reminds me of kind of like the old Hanna-Barbera cartoon style, and yeah, it's an animated kind of stream, and it's very freestyle that this guy does. It's a little surreal. However, I never knew I liked it until I discovered him. So I will pass you guys over to Castlehead in a minute. We'll see how that goes. But again, once again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I am not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Thank you guys so much. And I'm going to send you on over to Castlehead for no good reason, because it's just a weird thing that I discovered. So once again, have a fantastic evening, have a great morning, have a great afternoon, wherever you are. And we will see you on the next stream, which will probably be on Thursday. No, not Thursday, Friday. All right. Have a great evening, and we will see you then.